movement with that. You know, I'm sure there'll be another week of teases. I don't know if they get back together this week, but I'm sure there is another week of teases. Then we've got the whole Alexa thing. That's obviously massive. Alexa, who's in control? Is it Alexa? Is it Uncle Howdy? She seemed to be a bit annoyed last week backstage. There was some very interesting exclusive videos and things that were coming out where she was seemingly a bit frustrated at Uncle Howdy, a bit angry at Uncle Howdy. I think that she knows that she's in a bit of a battle for control over herself, and I think that was kind of interesting. As I said, I think I did a video on it, like, you don't know quite how Alexa's going to react to something like that. It could be that she, you know, starts saying, I've seen the light, you know, he's finally here, or something along these lines. Like, she could have been quite warm towards Uncle Howdy, but she wasn't. She, at this stage, was resisting Uncle Howdy. I'm sure eventually she'll obviously fall in line, but at the moment there's resistance, a bit of frustration, a bit of anger there. So we've got another week of that. We've also got Judgment Day against Alpha Academy. That match has been announced. And of course, Big Dom. You can't ignore Big Dom. Big Dom is obviously a big part of the show now. So we'll be seeing Big Dom. We'll be seeing Mammy and that relationship. One of the greatest love stories in the history of WWE. And we don't even know if it's a love story. But yeah, hopefully we get a bit more of an insight as to what it was like in prison, what it was that he had to do to survive. Hopefully we get another week of that. I'd really like to see him, like, you know, kind of maybe in a vignette where he maybe goes back to prison, looks through the fences and reminisces about, like, what life was like. You know, he can leave prison, but sometimes prison can't leave him. And maybe we could explore that a little bit. So, yeah, not much in the way of a preview, unfortunately. Not much for us to get our teeth into. There's not even loads of news that's doing the rounds at the moment. But, you know, doesn't matter. We'll find our way forwards. Hope everyone is well. I want to say a big thank you as well to everyone that joined us for that monster stream on Saturday night. Saturday night was a lot of fun, actually. We did the KSI stream, and a big thank you to everyone that joined us for that. I think the show itself was fun. I really enjoyed it. It was easy to watch. There was a couple of fights on there that were a bit of a sham, and the card could have definitely done without. The sort of fights that give those types of events a bit of a bad name. There was a couple of those fights, but there was some really good fights on there as well. There was some really good action. There was some great performances. Slim Pappy looking fantastic. KSI getting that big win, of course. Anthony Taylor taking on Idris Virgo was a really good fight. Just a really good fight. Went the distance, and Pretty Boy losing, of course. So, yeah, I mean, loads of talking points, loads of fun on Saturday night, and the fun continues because we're not that far away from the Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble, it's not this weekend, it's the weekend after, and of course, we're doing the watch-along. So this weekend coming, UFC. So we've got UFC 28 something, 283, 284. I think it's 283. Might be 284. Who knows? No, literally no one knows. But we've got that coming up this weekend. And then the weekend after,
I never needed you at all. I never needed you.
I need you, though, Mitchell. How are you, mate? Mitchell, very, very kind donation, my friend. You know you don't have to do that. You know you don't have to send in such donations. But it's very much appreciated. It all goes back into the channel, of course. And, yeah, hope you're well, buds. Hope you had a good day, good weekend. Right, let's see what Mitchell wants to talk about. He said, hope you're well. I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I'm feeling a little tired, if I'm being honest. I think, like, Saturday night was so big, and then on Sunday, I did quite a bit of work, actually, behind the scenes, just getting a few bits sorted and whatever. I mean, we are really back in the swing of things now. Christmas is just a very distant memory at this point. So, but I'm feeling good. Can we talk about Vince and about what Vince is doing? Yeah, let's go for it. He is coming back to back. He is supposedly come back just so that there can be a sale. And now stuff is coming out. He's back in the office and telling departments they're doing things wrong. I haven't seen. I mean, I think there is every chance that he would be doing that, to be honest. So I haven't seen reports of that, but I can totally believe reports of that. So the Vince situation, I fully expect him to. I mean, he's back, right? I fully expect him to be doing Vince things. I fully he is not someone that's going to quite happily sit in the corner and just keep his mouth shut whilst he tries to get the sale, right? He is someone that's going to want to try and maximize. I mean, we spoke about this the other day. He needs to get the biggest amount of money coming through the door as possible. He needs to spend the least amount possible. If he wants to secure a sale, and I think a sale is very achievable, if he wants to secure that, he's got to show that WWE is able to generate massive amounts of money, and it's able to do it on quite a low budget. It's quite a low wage and all that, right? You need to make, obviously, as much as possible. So whilst he is in the process of looking for buyers, organizing meetings, all that kind of stuff, it's Vince. I mean, Vince is going to have been away. He's going to want to know what things look like now. He's going to find plenty of things that he's not going to like. I mean, if he went to creative, we know that he would change things. I mean, there's plenty about the current product that Vince wouldn't, damage control. I mean, there's loads of wrestlers that he released that are now back, right? So could he re-release them? Well, yeah, to be honest, he could. I mean, budget cuts. The thing with the budget cut situation is
I never needed you at
that
all.
is the thing with the budget cut situation.
I never needed you.
The thing with the budget cut situation is that you can go to it any time, and it's all encompassing. So no one can argue with budget cuts. If you say there's been budget cuts, we just can't afford it. There's not really too much legal comeback when it comes to that. So could he use that at some point? Absolutely. We spoke about this the other day, saying that get prepared for more. Get prepared for more budget cuts. Get prepared for the fact that we're going to be seeing more wrestlers released. I don't know that it's going to be the ones that just came in. People might be looking at the likes of Emma, Mia Yim, Dakota Kai, Karrion Kross. They might be looking at those people thinking, it's bad news for them. And to be honest, it's not great news for them. But they're in now. They're back now. And there's every chance that they could do something or be doing something or be a part of a story which Vince thinks is just worth, continuing. So, for example, Dakota Kai, she got released, but now she's back and she's part of Damage Control. Now, if Vince looks at Damage Control and thinks, do you know what? Bailey having a couple of young guns with her and her trying to dominate the women's division that way as a heel, I ain't got a problem with that. We can stick with that. That might save Dakota. Dakota might be fine then. So it's not necessarily like Vince. I really don't think Vince has got vendettas against these people. I don't think he hates Dakota Kai or he hates Karrion Kross. I think it's more, at the time, he looked at it and went, right, I need to lose X amount of people. Who am I losing? Right, let's lose them. And I think it's more a case of when they got cut, he needed to make a certain saving or wanted to make a certain saving. He and Nick Khan wanted to get the wage bill down to a certain level, and they achieved that. Now that certain superstars have come back, I think it's probably a case that he might want to cut that wage bill again. That wage bill, just since he's been gone, has just snuck up a little bit again. And there is a very strong chance that he's going to want to use budget cuts to cut that wage bill again. The only thing I would say is he will look, I'm sure, at the full picture again and go, right, I need to save, I don't know, $1 million. I need to save $1 million. How am I going to do it? Right. And then he'll go down the whole roster. He'll go them. So there's no guarantees that the people that just came back will be the first to go out the door, because I think he will look at the full picture and he will look to see where we are now. What do we need now? What don't we need now? And he will act accordingly. So I am mentally preparing myself for there being releases some point in 2023 as he continues to try and drive down the wage bill to make the company look even more appealing. So that is something that I am mentally getting ready for, right? I also think that he's not going to help himself. If he is back and he's going around the headquarters again, and he's actually at Titan Towers, he will just naturally go and check in with people, see what the different departments are doing, and I just don't have any doubt. If he's seeing stuff he doesn't like, he is that majority shareholder. He's got that voting power, and he's in his mind, it's his company. In his mind, like, and it's hard to argue, isn't it? Like, in his mind, he got given bad advice. He retired when he shouldn't have retired, and now he's back, and it looks like he's looking for that sale. And reports are that Triple H and Steph are against the sale, but he is trying to secure the sale. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's going around and dabbling in things. And listen, I think there's every chance he could dabble with creative as well. It's just, will he get time to do it? If he finds it, listen, Vince will not sit there twiddling his thumbs. So if the sales stuff is under control, he's got people on it, he knows what the situation is, he's gone around Titan Towers, checked in with all the departments, they're back doing what he wants. At what point does he then turn his attention to creative, right? I don't believe he's back for that reason. I really genuinely don't. I think that it's low down the priority list, because I think the sale and the media rights, that's his focus. But at some point, he will have had the conversations that need to be had, or he'll have his lawyers having those conversations for him. And at some point, like, there will come a time where his attention might be able to turn to creative. We've spoken a lot about what happens if there's a sale, and part of the sale is that Vince has to still be in a authority role, in a powerful role. It could be that Vince takes creative back from Triple H even after a sale. It could be that they get sold and Vince remains. Maybe Triple H decides to cash out, or maybe Vince says that he wants to, be the chairman of the new company, the CEO of the new company, and also wants to have his creative powers back. Who knows? I mean, literally everything right now is on the table. So, yeah, I really think in the short term, his focus is the sale this year. I think actually there was a report that Triple H had said that he is still in control of creative. I think that was like a talent meeting that was recent, where he told the talent, don't worry, I am still in control of creative. So there's no signs at the moment that that's going to change. And to be honest, I think that's the one that people care about the most. I don't think people are that bothered if Vince goes into the marketing department and has a conversation, or goes over to finance and has a conversation, or goes over to e-commerce and has a conversation. Like, if he goes to these different departments, human resources, whatever, like, I don't think people really care. I think what most people are worried about is, are there going to be releases? I think there will be. And is he going to take over creative again? I think that he could at some point, but in the distant future. I don't think in 2023, because I think that he is focused on the media rights and the sale. So that's where I think the situation is at the moment. But as I said, Triple H has assured talent he is still in control of creative. But make no mistake about it. If Vince sees something he doesn't like, or hears of something he doesn't like, or if there's something happening that he doesn't like, if the ratings dip and he doesn't like it, numbers come in, he don't like it, it ain't going to take long for him to pick up those reins again. He'll have no problem doing that because he doesn't give a flip about people moaning on Twitter. That plays no part in his life whatsoever. He doesn't give a flip. He is big picture all the time. So big picture would be if he feels that he needs to go back to that, he'll do it in a heartbeat, in an absolute heartbeat. But I don't think there's a need to do it at the moment because I think the product is fine. I think the ratings are fine. Indicators seem to be fine. And I also think he's got quite a bit on his plate. So I hope that kind of puts it out there. Mitchell, put in your thoughts, what you're seeing, what you're fearing, what you're thinking about the Vince situation. But I think, as I said, I think bottom line for me is he's got enough on his plate at the moment. But I'm not surprised he's going around and popping into different departments at Titan Towers. And as I said, you can't rule out him doing something with creative because the devil makes work for idle hands. And if his hands become idle, then his attention could turn in that direction. Jessen said, Days, will Francis Ngannou sign with AEW? Lol. No, I think he wants to do the Fury fight, doesn't he? I mean, there's been talk of him against Tyson Fury, and in all fairness, that could do a lot. That could do big numbers. Like Francis Ngannou is a killer. He's a very impressive fighter, but even though he's got some decent boxing, Tyson Fury would destroy him in a boxing ring. Obviously, in a MMA cage, different story. But yeah, I mean, that was big news, wasn't it? Francis Ngannou has vacated the UFC heavyweight title. And now we're going to have John Jones against Cyril Gane. If you don't watch UFC, this is massive, right? Because John Jones is regarded as maybe the greatest UFC fighter of all time. So, yeah, that is absolutely huge. So very, very exciting news coming out of the UFC. So, Jessen, shout out to you. We'll be doing UFC. I know we didn't do it on Saturday night. The reason why is because we prioritized the boxing. It was a bigger event, unfortunately, than the fight night. But yeah, we're back this weekend, basically. I will tell you now, I don't know that we're going to get a chance to do as many UFC fight nights this year. I mean, I'm still looking to do the pay-per-views, and where we don't have anything else going on the Saturday, then we will do the fight nights. But the fight nights tend to draw interest very similar to a Raw or a SmackDown, right? Like the amount of people that join us is around about 10 to 15,000, right? About the same as a Raw or a SmackDown, which is good. I mean, no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, I love watching them, and it's no problem. But Saturdays are so competitive. It's just getting harder and harder and harder on a Saturday to like watch everything, basically. So it's getting to the point now where it's like, you know, WWE have moved to a Saturday, for example. Boxing has come back alive again after being in hibernation with lockdowns. Last year was good. I still don't think last year it was back to full strength. We were starting to see some big fights coming through. But 2023 should be a completely different level. We should be getting some big boxing events. We should be getting some, obviously, big WWE events. And I want to make sure that we're prioritizing those. And then you've got UFC pay-per-views. Like the fight nights, I can just see them getting a bit squeezed out. So it's going to be hard this year. It's going to be really hard. Where I can do them, I will try to do them. But just be aware of that. So, yeah, Jessen, shout out to you, my friend. I want to make sure that we're getting to all of these if we can. There we go. There was another one that came in from Kieran. Shout out to you, buddy. Said, I hope Uncle Howdy is on Raw tonight. I would imagine he is. There's been no official announcement that he is. So I can't say that he is. To be honest, the information regarding tonight's show is very minimal. I'm sure that Fightful will put some out soon, but the only thing with that is I don't know. I don't really like to look at it, to be honest. I sort of feel like getting information regarding the show that you're about to watch, you might as well just watch it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I sort of need the information before we start the stream because we have this hour to talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. I mean, pretty much everything's on the table, right? So we just go wherever the conversation goes with this hour before Raw, before NXT, before AEW, before SmackDown. Like, that's what we do, right? That's what we've always done, and it's what we'll continue to do. So, like, we need it for this hour, really. By the time we actually get to the show itself, I'd rather just watch the show and find out then. So, at the moment, I've seen one match announced, but I did hear of a second one that had been confirmed, but I didn't get a chance to see what that actually was. But we'll find out. We haven't got long to wait. Judgment Day versus Alpha Academy. That's the only thing I've seen 100% confirmed so far. So, Kieran, shout out to you, buds. Hope you had a... Right, next up, we have got Anna heel door. You could take the heel. I'm about to read your message, but I'm guessing it's not a heel comment. Anna the Angel doors. That's what it should be. Well, hang on. Let me read it first. WWE had a meeting where Steph said it was all fine. Nothing will change. Then days later, she left. I can't lie. Assurances don't mean anything with Vince around. That's true. That's very true because they are fully aware that their comments are going to get out to the wider world. So Triple H will know when he says, don't worry, I'm still in control. He'll know that that information will get out. And he'll know that that will get to shareholders and the markets. And, you know, there is no confidential. I mean, maybe behind closed doors, just one-on-one meetings, you know, maybe you might be able to keep that confidential, but big talent meetings, no way, right? So he has said what he's got to say, basically. You know, the markets don't like uncertainty, right? They need assurances. They need to know who is in charge. What does the future look like? Is everything cool and fine and settled? And they don't like, oh my God, what's happening with creative? What's happening with Vince? You know, that's why it was better there was lots of doubt, lots of uncertainty. It was better for Vince to go, Steph to be in charge. Boom. This is how it's going to be, right? So you don't want Triple H coming out saying, I don't know what the future looks like for creative. That's going to spook everybody. So you are absolutely right. He's going to say that, right? But I believe that anyway as well. Like, I do believe that Vince is going to have too much on his plate at the moment with a sale and media rights, that he's not going to have time to look at creative. And so, you know, the Steph situation is interesting. I mean, she was meant to leave anyway. Like, it's hard to know what the truth is, because she was going out the door. She was on a leave of absence, and they dragged her back so that she could then take over Vince's role. So now Vince is back. I'm not too surprised that she's gone again. The surprise is, for me, that she's retired. That's the biggest surprise. But I genuinely think, you know, if reports are to be believed, she doesn't agree with the strategy. She doesn't agree with Vince wanting to sell. I think that their relationship has become fractured. I mean, you know, don't forget, I mean, he's accused of some pretty serious stuff which, you know, he has paid hush money. Like, it's hard to know what the truth is, but we know that he's paid hush money. We know that he's paid money to keep the women quiet, and basically for the problem to go away. So it's not a good look, is it? I mean, if you are like pro Vince McMahon, right? I think even you will admit it's not a good look. Like, all right, he might not be guilty of anything, but it doesn't look good. And so, like, the strain on that family must be immense. You know, there's a lot going on, isn't there? You know, they've all got different opinions on a sale. They obviously are having to deal with the hush money. I mean, all of that blowing up and the fallout of that. And apparently Vince and Linda haven't been together for quite a while, living in different places. So yeah, it's a mess. It's the whole thing is a mess. So I don't know, like with her maybe just completely stepping away from it. And just like, I'm gonna look after the kids. I'm gonna go and do something different. She's got money. She ain't hurting for money. But yeah, her totally retiring. That was the biggest surprise for me. That was the biggest surprise. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the future's gonna hold. It's gonna be a very, very interesting 2023, isn't it? And Anna, I think you can call yourself Anna the Angel Doors. I do. Blaze Radio, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Hope your stream's going well with the football. Seeing a lot of hype around the football. Saw loads of stuff to do with the Bengals. I mean, I don't know anything about football. We watched the Super Bowl, and we will watch the Super Bowl this year, but I don't know good who's bad or anything, right? I hear the Jacksonville Jaguars are doing all right. I hear a lot of that because of the Khans, Tony Khan, obviously. So it seems like Jacksonville Jaguars are doing pretty well. Obviously, I heard a lot about the Bengals. Guys, I know everything about football. I'll give you an insider tip. The Chiefs. It's going to be the Chiefs, right? The reason why I say that is because I say that every year. And to be honest, for the past few years, they've pretty much been there or thereabouts. So I think they're still in it. It's going to be the Chiefs. So do what you want with that information, right? Sean, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Said if Vince takes control of creative, do you think Triple H would be a company man and move to another part of WWE or resign like Stephanie? I think that's really hard to answer because I think you need to know a bit more information about. I mean, first of all, I don't think that's going to happen in 2023. Could it happen in 2023? Yes. Easily, right? Because Vince is back now, right? But I don't expect that to happen. I think Vince, as I said, has got too much on his plate. If it does happen, right? If Vince looks at the current product, it's not good enough. I think it would really depend on their relationship. I think if their relationship is broken, toxic, if it's not fun for Triple H, if it's something that is, clearly it's not the right time for him to be there, he might just go. Because I sort of think I don't think he would be bothered so much about, because I think he is a company man. I think he loves the wrestling business. And I think being a part of WWE is really all he wants to do. You can't really see Triple H going off and doing anything else. Unless he works for a different wrestling company, but I don't think he would want to. And I think WWE is the market leader. It's where he's been since the early 90s. It's his life, really. It's everything he knows. He married into the McMahons. It's everything he knows. So I don't think he'd be bothered about going to Impact or AEW or anything like this. It's WWE or nothing, I think. So I think leaving would be very difficult for Triple H to do. I don't think it's something that he would do easily. I don't think it's something that he would welcome easily. But equally, if his relationship, if he feels he's being disrespected, if he feels that, he's been just, he got taken away from NXT because of his heart issue. Obviously, we found out that was a lot more serious than maybe we first thought. So, he got pulled out of NXT. There was a lot of concern that, Vince was not happy with him. Vince made big changes to NXT as soon as Triple H had gone. The optics didn't look good. But I think it really would depend on their relationship. I think if he was to be given executive vice president of talent relations again, but told, look, I want you by my side again. We need to, do a sale. I need to go with big stories. I need to find a way of bringing in The Rock for a little run. I need to bring in Cena. I need to cut some of these wages. I don't want you to be the one that's, in the firing line. I'll be the one that's right there. I'll take it instead. Like, if this is the kind of conversation that's happening, I don't know that Triple H would walk away then. I don't know that Triple H would throw his toys out of the pram, because I think he would hopefully understand what Vince is trying to do, which is secure this sale. And, it might require him to do a few things with creative. As we said, can John Cena have a run? Can The Rock have a run? Can they do something big with Brock again in the summer? Can they get The Undertaker back for a match? Like, I really think everything is on the table as they're trying to secure this sale and secure the biggest media rights possible. So, Triple H might understand as long as Vince, is going to explain it a certain way. But I think if that relationship is broken and, Vince is just being a nightmare, rampaging around, shouting at everyone, like, Triple H has got money. He's got money. He's had an opportunity to try and book the show. If the future just looks like it ain't gonna involve that, or it doesn't look like something he's interested in, he will walk. I've got no doubt that he could walk, because Stephanie's gone and they've got money and, they've got kids, and he could go away and live his life. I mean, the only reason he's doing it is because he loves it, and he loves WWE, and he wants to be a part of the machine. So I don't think that he would want to walk away easily. I don't think he would want to go, unless he's kind of forced. But it depends. I mean, it depends what mood Vince is in and all this kind of stuff. I mean, if he's going to be a nightmare rampaging around, making everyone's life a misery, who knows? Who knows? So I don't. That's one that I don't expect, though. I think Vince has got this great ability to bring you round to his way of thinking. He's got this great ability he's great at BS. I mean, think of all those wrestlers that get released, and then in the shoot interviews, they're like, it's such a shame. I had a great relationship with Vince. Vince was someone that really looked out for me. And they've saying this having just been released. Some of the comments that you see from released wrestlers, pretty amazing. Granted, not all of them, but a good chunk of them will only have good things to say about Vince. I appreciate a degree of that might be not wanting to speak bad about him because they're hoping they can get back to WWE. I understand. But there are a good chunk of people that genuinely buy the BS that he throws their way. So, I don't know. He's someone that's quite good at twisting people's arms and getting people to come round to his way of thinking. Clearly, it doesn't always work, as we're seeing with Stephanie. But, because I think she's probably immune to it now. But, it's a good one. It's an interesting point. What would he do? What would he do if he got took out of creative? I really think it depends on their relationship. But he could buy NWA. He could buy NWA. I don't think he'd be that bothered, to be honest. I think that's kind of. I think with WWE, you've got this ability to go to different countries, put on. You're doing massive things in WWE. Everything's big. You're doing WrestleMania, you're doing Clash at the Castle, you're looking at expanding NXT across Europe. You can have global plans, and you can think on this massive scale, and it's just such a big machine. NWA is just, you know what I mean? They're getting changed in the corridors type thing. The staff is just skeleton, there's next to no one around, and it is wrestling at the end of the day, but it's just a whole universe away from what WWE are doing. I don't think he would be that bothered. Unless he wanted to do it as like a hobby. But I don't think he'd be that bothered, to be honest. He could definitely buy him, though. He could definitely buy him, but... Jilly said, in fairness, Triple H's booking wasn't any better than Vince's as far as TV ratings go. We as fans loved the product more under Triple H, but he hasn't done better than the old man. Mm-hmm. I agree. I think it's tricky, isn't it? Because how do you bring in new viewers? I mean, I think they looked to that Logan Paul main event as a bit of a experiment. So I think he has tried a little something. I think Logan against Roman is a big match that could grab people's attention. Rumors are they're interested in John Cena against Logan Paul for WrestleMania. I don't know how people would feel about that. Having John Cena come back and take on Logan Paul. But it feels like that is something that WWE are looking at. And in all fairness, I did think about this whilst I was watching the boxing. If you think about celebrities having beef with each other, right? Or just having beef in public, that's sort of like where WWE used to shine. Like, that is very much what WWE... People used to say, oh, could you imagine if such and such would face such and such in WWE? Like, in wrestling, and like, or in like boxing, right? You know, Celebrity Deathmatch, for example. That was a whole show that was about two celebrities facing off. Were they wrestling or boxing? I can't remember. I can't remember now. I think were they wrestling or boxing? I think they were wrestling, weren't they? Celebrity Deathmatch. The plasticine celebrities. Whereas now you've got influencer boxing, you've got misfits. Like, we are actually seeing like what's happening. The kids these days, I don't think they're growing up saying, oh, I'd love to see Andrew Tate against Logan Paul at WrestleMania. They're not saying that now. What they're saying is, I'd love to see them have a boxing match. Could you, like, influencer boxing? Like, that has now grabbed the youth, to be honest. So, like, the kids now are very much into the influencers and celebrities of today resolving differences that way. Whereas when I was growing up, that was not a thing. Like, that was not a thing. So I can't say I grew up wanting to see celebrities resolve their differences in wrestling, but there was plenty of conversations that I had with friends where it was like, could you imagine if such and such faced such and such at WrestleMania, you know? Sort of like John Cena versus Logan Paul is very much the kind of conversation I could see kids having in a playground. Like, could you imagine if John Cena would face Logan Paul? Like, that's the kind of thing that I can imagine young fans having that type of conversation. So I think if we do get that match, you have to acknowledge, or you have to recognize what market it is aimed at. And it is very, for me, aimed at that playground market where, you know, it's just a bonkers dream match for kids in a playground. I don't know how I feel about it. Well, I do know how I feel about it, but I can see the logic in it. I can see why they would want to book that match. And I can understand that, you know, if Triple H wants to change the ratings, is that the sort of direction that you have to look to go in? You know, do you have to lean a little bit more into influencers? We are seeing some good numbers coming out of influencer boxing. We are seeing that the kids are growing up not necessarily idolizing the wrestlers, but they're idolizing Andrew Tate and KSI, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, Mr. Beast, all these kind of names, you know? These are the names that are resonating with kids, that have really, you know, grabbed, dare I say, the audience that WWE are going after. So I don't know. I don't know what the future's going to look like. I think the future for wrestling, it's you never know what direction it's going to, you know, take. You never know. Like, I really think that it's just struggling, and it has been struggling for a while with how does it fit into this modern world. I think that has been something that it's really had a problem with for quite a while. And I don't think we've necessarily found a solution to that problem. Like, I feel like what the product we've got right now is fine. It's good. It's not a bad product. It's not like we sit here every week going, oh God, another week. Like, I'm looking forward to tonight's show. I'm looking forward to Rumble. I'm looking forward to WrestleMania. I'm loving the Bloodline story. I'm loving Gunther. I think Bianca's a fantastic champion, credible champion. There's so much to be positive about with WWE, but where's it going? What does the future look like? Are we going to be getting more influencers coming into the space? Are we going to get more celebrities into the space? Are we going to be going more supernatural? Like, we've said this before, and we've said it loads of times. UFC coming along changed a lot, because all of a sudden now you don't need to watch wrestling to get your fix of two people fighting. You know, when I was growing up, you could watch boxing, right, which is obviously the most popular sport when it comes to combat, or you could watch pro wrestling. And I loved the theatrics of pro wrestling. I loved the storylines in pro wrestling. I loved the fact that I could sit down each week and, you know, follow what was going on in boxing. You might have a favorite boxer, but you might only see them once or twice a year. So, you know, wrestling had major advantages over boxing. But now you've got like a new competitor on the market, which is influencer boxing, of course, in more recent years. But UFC, since 93, has been putting on, you know, two people fighting in a cage, which is legit, and I think has really grabbed the world's attention. Like, that has just exploded, and that has taken eyes from WWE. There's no denying that. People that wanted to watch two guys going at it, trying to resolve their differences, trying to prove they're the best, you've now got the option of watching pro wrestling or UFC. And UFC has eaten up quite a few of those viewers. And now, so I would argue that a lot of the adults that maybe used to watch wrestling, so they wanted that fix of watching people trying to resolve their differences in combat, they've now gone to UFC. And now seemingly a lot of the kids that would have watched wrestling have now gone to influencer boxing. So WWE is being like kind of battered at different age ranges by different products. And none of them are AEW. I mean, like, you can now add AEW in and say that they have, you know, obviously taken eyes away from WWE as well, because they're an alternative. But I think the bigger problem they've got is influencer boxing and UFC hitting them at different age ranges. And so if you want to grow your audience, do you try and, like, you know, embrace some of that? Do you try and counter some of that? We've seen them look at influencer boxing and influencers with Logan coming in. We've seen them look at UFC with fight pit matches. Ronda Rousey coming in, Matt Riddle, obviously from UFC. Brock Lesnar, of course, coming back. We've seen them look at both of those. But what's the future look like? Is it going to be we're going to just look at those? Are we going to embrace them a bit more? Are we going to embrace one over the other? Are we going to ignore them? Are we going to go down a different path? What about the supernatural stuff? Like, what does the future of wrestling look like? It's a very, very interesting conversation. Maybe not one for now. But yeah, it's a very interesting conversation as to where wrestling goes. I genuinely, fast forward 5 years, I have no idea what WWE looks like, because we don't know who owns it. We don't know who owns it. We don't know where it's going to be, like, viewing wise. We don't know what direction they're going to lean towards. Do they keep it as it is because it works? And all right, there's a decline with TV ratings, but that's the same with everything. Or do you pivot to influencers? Do you pivot to a bit more legitimacy? Where do you go? Or do you just keep dabbling in different things and seeing, you know, WWE's approach has always been throw loads at the wall and see what sticks. That's WWE's approach. let's try everything and see what catches fire, because some will catch fire and then we'll go in that direction. You know, maybe they'll just continue to do that. But again, where does that lead us? What does wrestling look like? And certainly if Vince is not going to be around, I mean, WWE has always had that similar feel to it because Vince has always been in control of it since the early 80s. If they sell and Vince is not involved, I don't know. I don't know, because these are the kind of things that new owners will look at. These are the kind of conversations that new owners will have. What's the direction? What's the theming of the show? You know, what market are we going for? What's our target market? Are we going for the youth? Are we going for the adult market? What are we going to do? You know, I'm sure in the short term it stays the same. In the long term, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know where wrestling is in about 5 years' time. But would Triple H start his own company? Nah. I don't see that. I don't think, I mean, like, he's not going to try and compete against WWE. If he started his own company, he'd be doing it because it's a hobby, right? And he would do it because he would have something in his system that he would want to get out, basically. Like, I want to try and do this. I want to try and book this. I want to try and whatever, right? I'm not done with, you know, being the person that can write the shows. So it'd be a hobby. It would be a side thing. It would be something that he would just want to get out of his system, right? But in no way would he have the money I don't know. Dare I say the energy? I mean, we all hear about what Vince's work rate. I don't know who's going to be able to match Vince's work rate. But he wouldn't have the desire. I mean, it would tear the family apart if, like, he started his own wrestling company. Well, he could, as long as it was like a small indie thing that was, you know, no bother to WWE. It was just a little side hobby thing, just a little thing, NWA size, you know, for him to just book a few shows, whatever. But honestly, I don't think he would. Why would he faff around with that? That would just be a money pit. They always say if you want to make 5 million in wrestling, then make sure you come into it with 50 million. So, like, you know, if you want to have 5 million in wrestling, make sure that you come in with about 50, because it's just a money pit. It's not a way of, like, generating big sums of money. The money that you tend to generate would be coming from TV deals. And there's so many products out there. I'm sure someone would be interested in a Triple H wrestling company. I'm sure that he might be able to find some sort of TV deal, but it ain't going to be anything that's going to be paying like what WWE get. And I mean, it would just be it'd be a potential money pit. It would just be, I think, more trouble than it's worth, to be honest. You know what he should do? If he's going to quit and he's going to retire and Vince is going to take over and they're going to have a big falling out, he should just start his own YouTube channel, buy a load of figures, and just do his own figure show, right? And then he can book till his heart's content, and he can put on his own shows, and he can be like, hey, guys, welcome to Triple H's figure show. This week we've got the big event. It's WrestleMania, a billion. And here is, we got the $1 Million Man, and he's taking on Yokozuna. Let's see what happens here. And maybe he could do that, because that will get the creative juices flowing for him. He'll get a good audience, and it's no competition to WWE. The investment is minimal, and he could have a great time. And, like, Steph could be his CEO, which would be awesome. So it's like right now, 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's an upset. Can't believe it. We've got a new champion. It looks like he might have got his shoulder up. Let's see what Stephanie is saying. Let's go over to the CEO, and then we could have Stephanie there going, after reviewing the footage, I think Yokozuna has won. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Yeah. And he could have his own YouTube channel. And Triple H, if you are watching, I'll help, mate. I will help you. I've got some figures. Right? First of all, we can use my figures. You don't even need to spend on figures. Yeah, I've got a camera, right? I've got very small amount of knowledge. I mean, honestly, it's not even worth mentioning about how YouTube works. So I am like, we can do something. Call me. Yeah, give me a call. We can make magic together, Triple H. Triple H is watching for sure. Yeah. He gets a lot of his creative ideas from this channel, from you guys. It's why the ratings haven't improved. It's why the ratings have been so low. Do you think Bray will win the title off Roman? Do I think Bray will win the title off Roman? No. I don't think the plans are for Bray to win the title anytime soon, because I think they're looking at... Well, do you know what? There's big rumors, and this has come from Dave Meltzer, not confirming this, right? What Dave Meltzer said... So, obviously, Dave Meltzer is not a Bray fan, and Brian Alvarez is not a Bray fan. And Brian Alvarez was like, oh, could you imagine if they do Bray versus Uncle Howdy? And he was like, the poster, you know, Bray Wyatt versus Uncle Howdy. Like, that would be a WrestleMania main event. And so he was kind of mocking it, laying into it. But Dave was like, well, I wouldn't run your mouth too quick, because that might be the direction that we're going. He said, of all the options on the table, that's the one I can see them doing. So it seems like Dave hasn't heard anything in regards to the plans for Bray Wyatt. And certainly the build is lending itself or leaning towards Uncle Howdy versus Bray. So the talk today on Twitter has been, what you think about it, basically. So I put a tweet out asking that question. And actually, do you know what? It's been a while since I looked at the result. Let's have a little click on the result, and we'll see where we are. So the result of that was still going. We've had nearly 350 votes. And 63% of people said they would take that match. And 36% of people, so 63-37, that's where we are, said they wouldn't. So 63 yes, 37 no. My concern with that match, I've got a few concerns, of course. First of all, there's every chance there's going to be a lot of spookiness in it. And I don't mind a bit of spookiness as long as it's, legit and looks good. Obviously, I'm not into the supernatural stuff, so I don't need that. But I think Undertaker showed how you can, bring the mystique and the darkness and make it cool. He was the master of making the darkness look cool. Like when the Druids, I remember Undertaker coming back at WrestleMania 20, and first thing that I'm trying to remember the order that it happens in, but so Undertaker's coming back. He's coming back to, I don't think we knew at the time, but he was coming back to the Dead Man at WrestleMania 20. First, you get Paul Bearer coming back, and that, first of all, is just such a nostalgia hit. You go, oh, wow, that's amazing. Paul Bearer, icon, legend, I mean, WrestleMania 20 would have been, 2004? So we're talking about someone that's been around in WWE for 14 years on and off. Someone that was a massive part of the Undertaker character. That hadn't been with Undertaker for a little while, and so him coming out was just bang! Oh my god, such an amazing nostalgia hit. And then behind him, you'd have loads of Druids. But the thing is, the Druids, I don't know what it is about Druids in wrestling these days. They always look so bad. We've seen Druids down in NXT and everything. They just always look like, I don't know if it's just because I'm older now, or if we're just a bit more streetwise now, or maybe it's something to do with HD. Because don't forget, it wasn't HD back in the day. And maybe the picture being sharper just doesn't help in the modern world. And actually, that might be the case for quite a few things we get these days, is that the sharper images just really don't help. Because now you're seeing things maybe a bit too sharp. And now you're seeing, that this is basically some random people they've got off the street, or local talents to like dress up as druids. But for me, when the druids would come out with Undertaker, they always just look so legit. They always look like monks. They always look like legit druids. I never looked at them and felt that they were just indie talents, even though they probably were. It always felt, I don't know if it was like the details, if it's because it wasn't HD, so, the picture wasn't as sharp. But now, like, I just feel when they come out, you can just see that it's just not the same. It's just not the same. It doesn't. I've seen druids like down in NXT, and honestly, you can just tell it's performance center people with a sheet over their head. Like, it's just not the same. Like, it's so hard to explain as to what makes a druid or whatever. But if we're gonna get Uncle Howdy versus Bray, it's got to be Undertaker levels cool, believable. It's got to be something that afterwards you go, do you know what, that was wow. And a lot of the time in WWE, and this isn't a reflection of Bray, but a lot of the time just in WWE, when they try to do that darker, more mystique side of things, it just comes off awful. It just doesn't work. It just looks rubbish. So that would be my concern. It would be that. But the other thing that I put on Twitter as well with Bray versus Uncle Howdy is someone's got to lose. Someone's got to lose. You can't have Uncle Howdy losing at this stage. I mean, he's a brand new character. You've got to have him look like, a problem. He's got to be someone that can get the better of Bray, which would mean Bray loses again at WrestleMania. And I understand the story could be that Bray then joins up with Uncle Howdy and they become this force of evil, right? I get that. But it does mean another WrestleMania loss. I mean, Bray has lost at WrestleMania 30 to John Cena, 31 to The Undertaker. He lost at 32. He was part of a segment with The Rock where he was made to look like a flipping jobber. That segment did not go well for them. Because it ended up an impromptu match, didn't it? The Rock beat Rowan in 7 seconds. So, you can say you got to go toe-to-toe with the Great One in a segment at WrestleMania, but there was only one side that came out of that looking cool. So I don't think 32 looked that great. And it wasn't a match, and it wasn't a win. 33, he loses the title to Randy Orton. I think his next match after that was... I think we looked at it. I think it was 36 in the Firefly Funhouse, which honestly, I mean, if you want to count that as a win, you can, but I still don't know what that was, that Firefly Funhouse match with John Cena. And then at 37, he loses to Randy. So Bray is in dire need of a win at WrestleMania, a big statement win, something that he can hang his hat on. His WrestleMania record is a disgrace. Like, it's amazing that they've booked it that bad. It's amazing. Undertaker had the streak. Bray's pretty close to some sort of streak of his own. So that would be my concern. Would be someone would have to lose. And I understand Bray losing at Mania, you can turn it into a story, but it's just another year where he doesn't get a proper... He's never had a straight win at WrestleMania. The only thing you can count as a win is the Funhouse match. That's it. That's the only thing in all his time. Mental. So if we get it, I fear it would be another L for Bray. And who thought when Bray was coming back that it would lead to a loss at WrestleMania? Another loss at WrestleMania. I feel sorry but it's his own fault. If it happens, he's losing to his own character. So, yeah. I don't know what the right thing to do is, to be honest. I feel like maybe we could do the Howdy stuff outside of WrestleMania. We don't need to do it at WrestleMania. Maybe he can face someone and get a proper win at Mania. I think I'd prefer that. Right. Usos. We are starting. We are underway. Usos. Who do you reckon wins, Jones or Garn? Do you think there'll be any returns? Not expecting any returns tonight. And who could come back? I suppose Cody could, but I feel like if Cody's coming back, he'll probably come back on the go home or at the Rumble. But I think he'll be back for the Rumble. Who wins out of Jones and Garn? I'm going Jones. Right, Usos are here. We know that they're going to be taking on the Judgment Day. Usos. So, Usos start the show. Either way, Bray loses because he said he is Uncle Howdy, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. Cliff said LA Knight booked properly as the next guy that could draw. Tell you what, LA Knight has come out of this feud looking really good, hasn't he? He's come out of this looking really good. I must admit, I mean, I liked him in the NWA, but he wasn't my favorite. LA Knight is someone that can talk, and he's a great talker, but he never tends to have anything that kind of sticks in your mind. Never has anything that makes you go, wow. You just tend to just be impressed with his performance rather than the content. But I think in this has been great for him to be on such a big stage and have such a big feud to get his teeth into. And there's been some nice moments as well. I think people really enjoyed when he's doing the impressions of Bray, for example. So, yeah, this has been really great for him. If you think not that long ago, he was leading Maximum Male Models. And now look at what he's doing now. So, yeah, I agree. This has been great for LA Knight, which is good. I mean, if you can do a feud and both parties come out bigger, that's the dream, innit? Okay. We're running SmackDown and we're running Monday Night Raw. Solo versus Mustafa Ali tonight. Hope you got the message, KO. All right, big plans for Raw 30. That's next week. What? Every generation of the Bloodline will be joining next week. Wow. Could that be The Rock? Or am I losing my mind? Every generation of the Bloodline next week. That is big. Bloodline acknowledgement ceremony next week. Here's Judgment Day. Big. The Rock. Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know if maybe I don't want to go full on AEW, like where the fans thought it was going to be Mercedes Moné, right? And you just go to the extreme, right? Maybe we need to dial it in a little bit, but sounds big, doesn't it? Next week, every generation of the Bloodline is going to acknowledge Roman. And that family includes The Rock. Here's Judgment Day. We ran through the gauntlet last week, and now we're running straight for you, Bloodline. Big Dom's here. Big Dom. You can see Solo is concerned. I don't know if Solo has ever come face to face with someone that's done hard time. Yeah. You can see Solo definitely looking nervous as Big Dom steps forward. The ex-con Don. Ex-con Don. Look at the smile on the face of the Usos. Ex-con Dom. He's still suffering a little bit here, Finn. Ex-con Dom. Dom is the man. He's the best part of this group, said Paul. Thug in training, said Lady Noir. Rikishi confronts Roman on how he treats his sons, says Inside Out and Again. Maybe. Maybe. I've never seen you step to the Judgment Day. Dom's having a sniff. Dom. I smell fear. Because they're scared. You're scared. Are you scared, Jimmy? Jay, you scared? Scared. My little machismo. Yeah, you better check the track record because Jimmy's done plenty of prison time. Jimmy's no stranger to the law. You want to check that track record, Dom? Have you ever heard of DUIs? I got to tell you, Usos definitely bringing more aggression on the microphone than the Judgment Day. Judgment Day came down and they were a bit... Yeah. You wouldn't last a minute in the cell in the prisoners that I was with. Usos are wannabe essays. Big Dom and Solo getting face to face. About the same height, you know. Big Dom's bigger, actually. Look at the size of Solo's head. Solo's head's about that big. Dom's is about this big. Mummy has stepped up to Solo. Mummy don't give a flip. Mummy has got in the way. Usi chance. He's got the Samoan spike. Oh, he gets walloped by Big Dom. Big Dom headbutt coming by Solo. Big Dom goes down. Now this thing has exploded. Tell you what, I mean, I do find this feud a little confusing because they're both heel teams. But the dynamic of Big Dom and Mammy and all of that, just I don't care. It's so entertaining. Hit me. Oh, here's Mustafa Ali. Rhea Ripley was like, come on, hit me. And he was like, oh. Oh. I'm a Bray hater because it's wildly obvious that LA Knight has the juice and Bray has been a waste for months, says Cliff. Well, look, there's people that are into Bray. There's people that aren't feeling it. He's always been someone that's divided opinion. I think even the Uncle Howdy stuff has continued to divide opinion. So each to their own, honestly. It's people that love Roman, people that hate Romans, people that love Bianca, people that hate Bianca. Like, what makes the world go round, in it? So, yeah, all opinions are welcome. Vince is going to come back and put Bray and LA Knight together and call them Knight and Bray, said Steve. That's nice. That's nice. I'll give you some applause for that. Hello, Wrestler Andy. Hope you're well, bud. Said, how about Dom and Damian as tag champs, Rhea as women's champ, and Finn as world champ? Love it. Yeah, love it. I think Judgment Day need a big year this year. I think the group has started to really find its way since, this is going to sound mental, since Dominic came in. Sounds mental, doesn't it? But they've got something genuinely fun now. The whole Dominic ex-con stuff is fun for me at the moment. So when Judgment Day come out, it's not like, oh, here we go, right? It's like, what are they going to do with Dom? Like, what are they going to do with the whole ex-convict stuff? Like, what are we going to get? His relationship with Rhea, and they know it as well, has definitely caught people's attention. And that intrigue is something that is so valuable because, honestly, the Judgment Day would come out before, and I had no intrigue. I was not interested, right? I love Finn. Damian's got great potential. Love Rhea Ripley. And even though I think that it had helped all of them and had, it was better than what they were doing. I mean, don't forget, Rhea Ripley was in tag teams with Liv Morgan, Nikki ASH. That's what she was doing before she got into the Judgment Day. This cool mammy character, she wasn't that before the Judgment Day, so it's definitely helped Rhea. Damian Priest was doing that god-awful, am I Damian? Am I a priest? Am I good? Am I bad? Snapping halfway in the middle of a match going, bringing out the Damian side of him. On paper might sound good, in a boardroom might sound good, but actually watching it, the execution was rubbish, and it just wasn't really grabbing anyone's attention. Even though he's not really doing loads here, he looks cool, he sounds cool, he's in a cool group. I'd say it's helped him. And Finn Balor is sort of the leader of the group, but not really the leader of the group, and apparently is in for a big year this year. So, yeah, I think it's helped him as well. I would definitely be down for them to... They need some gold of some description. Whether they can all get gold this year, I don't know. I do think Rhea could. I suppose there's no reason as to why Damian and Finn or Damian and Dom, or maybe even all three, can't get the tag belts, and they use it as like Freebird rule. Whether Finn can get to a world title, I really doubt. I think this year is going to be very, crowded at the top of the cards. So it might be we have to settle for tag belts and women's belt. I think that's very achievable. So, right, we are back anyway, and now we've got Mustafa Ali versus Solo Sikoa. This match obviously made at the end of that intro segment. But yeah, I like it. Anything that's going to make the Judgment Day cool, credible, anything along those lines, I'm definitely here for it. Because I think that they're as strong as they've ever been. They're as interesting as they've ever been. Tonight I'm going to get payback, says Ali. Okay, so Solo versus Ali. We are underway. I can't believe we might get The Rock, Usos, Tribal Cheeks in the same ring next week. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's going to be the talk of Twitter, and it's going to be in all of the reviews, ups, downs, whatever. videos. You know, the speculation around that segment next week, that feels massive. The acknowledgement ceremony next week is going to be huge. That is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, there's no way that we don't get something significant coming out of that. I'm not saying The Rock, but something's going to happen. You've got a golden opportunity there. And to be honest, I mean, just the image of all of them in the ring at the same time, just that image alone is going to be an iconic image of this year, because we're talking about Rikishi, we're talking about The Rock, we're talking about obviously all the active stars, Solo, Usos, Roman Reigns, the Wild Samoans, of course. It depends how deep they go into the family, because obviously there's lots of connections that you could spill off into. But to have the Anoa'i family all together in the ring, one of the most powerful, influential wrestling families of all time, I mean, that it would just be incredible. I'm guessing they won't have The Rock's daughter in there. I'm guessing Ava Raine won't be in the ring. Who knows, though? They might do. They might have Ava Raine in there. She's part of the family. They said all generations. So it'd be a good little boost for Ava Raine to be in the ring. I don't know. I don't know. I'm super excited for it. Jacob Fatu would be cool. I'm sure MLW won't let him attend, said Jeremy. I don't think we get The Rock next week, because if he was going to appear on a non-live premium event, it would be SmackDown, not USA. Hawkins Jr. said the image of Sammy with all the generations could set up for a doozy. Do you think they bring Naomi back next week? That's interesting. They could do. I mean, I think there's a great chance she's going to be in the Rumble. So she is definitely someone I've got down for being in the Women's Rumble. Who have we got? Oh, Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is making his way down to the ring. KO is making his way down to the ring. Big shots coming in. We've got Owens hurling the Usos into the ring steps. Ali up top. Tornado DDT by Ali. Is that going to give him the victory? No. Kick out by Solo. That would have been a huge upset. I'm glad they didn't go with it, in all fairness. Ali going up top. He's perched. Comes down, but Solo moves out the way. Spike. Samoan Spike. And Solo Sikoa picks up the win. Stunner to Solo by Kevin Owens. So Solo picks up the victory. But now we've got Kevin Owens brawling with Solo. All action right now. Kevin Owens trashing the commentary table. Grabs Solo, chucks him on top of the commentary table. Is he going to look? He's going to look to do to Solo what Solo did to him, but the Usos have come over to prevent it. He had Solo on the commentary table. He was going to look to splash Solo by jumping onto the barricades and launching himself onto Solo. But we've got the Usos. Wow, it's just carnage. It's just carnage. Now we've got Adam Pearce, ringside area, getting absolutely trashed. There's chairs being thrown around. There's about 5 or 6 people that are desperately trying to get Kevin Owens away from the Bloodline. Bloodline are walking off in the other direction. KO is trying to get over at them. He's shouting at them. He's standing on the commentary table. He's fired up, man. This is a fired up Kevin Owens. Really good, you know. It's really fun. Brilliant. What a great open. Really fun start to the show. We got interesting promos, short little match, Ali against Solo. It didn't need to go long. So we got a quick little match, and now we've just got this epic brawl. I mean, you really feel like Kevin Owens hates the Bloodline. Really good. They will have to involve Naomi to deal with Rhea, says Maka. But what about the Tama rumors? I've heard that they were interested. I don't know what his contract is looking like. I wouldn't be expecting him next week. Right, we're backstage with Bobby. Your title reign has got an exploration date. Bobby is telling Theory that he's going to put him away for good. So, a 6-way elimination match. The winner will face Austin Theory for the United States Championship at Raw is 30. Miz, Dolph, Seth, Bobby, Baron, and Finn Balor. Apparently, that's our main event tonight. So, winner will get a shot at Theory next week and his United States Championship. Now we've got the advert for Raw 30, which we know is coming from, I believe, Philadelphia next week. Kevin Owens costing the Usos the tag titles would be good, said Excellence of Execution. Has Bobby got new teeth? They were shiny, weren't they? They were shiny. You're right. We're just seeing some iconic Raw moments. Lots of people asking, will Vince be on that show next week? Which I think is a fair question. The only thing I would say is, I don't know if he'll be bothered by it, but I don't think he would get a great reaction. I mean, I sort of feel like, I don't think people would boo him because it's Vince. And if you have bought tickets to go to WWE, you clearly love WWE. And so you're going to appreciate what Vince has done for WWE. But I think the feeling amongst the fans is that they want Triple H to stay in charge of creative. They want something different. They want something fresh. They don't want Vince taking it that back. There might also be a few people that don't want to see the sale. So I don't think he would get booed, but I don't think the cheers would be that loud. I think it'd be a bit muted if Vince came out. I think there'd be some cheers, and there might even be the odd boo. I don't think they would boo him out the building. I don't think that. You got to put yourself in the mindset of, what would you do if you were sat in the stands and Vince's music hit? Would you cheer? Would you boo? Would you sit? I personally would just give a gentle applause. I wouldn't be whooping and hollering. But equally, I wouldn't be booing him. I would just give an applause. That's what I would do. I think quite a few people would probably do the same. So I don't know. Could he be on the show next week? Maybe. Vince might be booed by the smart fans now, said Cliff Beavers. They could pipe in cheers, says Michael. They could always do that. A very Irish potato said, I would boo him out the building. Do you think if Vince returns, the crowd will chant no Saudi Arabia? No, I don't think they would chant that. You're a classy dude, says Jilly. Maybe others would boo him out the building. I don't know. I mean, look, obviously, the allegations against him are horrific, and it doesn't look good at all. But I don't know. I sort of feel like in that moment, I would just be reacting how I genuinely felt. Like the thing with wrestling is it's like pantomime. It's like theatrics. You go along and you boo the your heels, you cheer your faces. I just don't. Right now, I don't know how I feel. I think that's it. That's it. I don't know how I feel about Vince. That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. I don't know how I feel about him. I don't know what the truth is about those allegations. I don't know if him coming back is a good or a bad thing. Because I know people are worried about him taking over creative, but I think it's probably good for WWE that he's back. Because if they want to get a sale, he is, a great person to have in that boardroom trying to get that sale. So from that point of view, I actually think it makes sense for Vince to come back. But I don't want him to do creative like every other wrestling fan out there. So I just feel a bit conflicted about it. So, yeah, I think it would just be an applause from me. Right, we've got a Cody segment. Do you think Vince is in Cincinnati? Do I think he's there? I don't think he's there. I haven't heard any reports that he's there. I don't think that he's going to the shows. As I said, I think he's focused on this sale. I think it's full steam ahead with the sale. I would clap a couple of times because he did give us this thing we love. Pretty sure he is guilty, though, said Cliff. Do you think Brock Lesnar will return at the Rumble? I think, yeah. Well, Brock, I'm sure, will be involved in WrestleMania season, and seemingly Bobby seems to be the opponent. Don't forget, last time you saw Brock, he was getting choked out at Crown Jewel by Bobby. So revenge, I'm sure, is going to be on the agenda. So, yeah, I think he could come back and go after Bobby. But then saying that, he could come back at any time. He could, it might not be the Rumble he comes back. It's at some point he's going to come back and I'm sure go after Bobby. So that might be the Rumble. It might be after the Rumble. So yeah, not sure. But he could absolutely be a surprise. They could potentially eliminate each other. Or he could eliminate Bobby, and as he's trash talking him, they all gang up and get Brock out. I don't think Brock wins the Rumble. If he does come back then. But yeah, there's definitely a chance. Would you say Brock is in the Hall of Fame? Oh, first ballot. He's not in the Hall of Fame. Well, he is, but he's the first name. He's the headline act. It's absolutely undeniable that he goes in the Hall of Fame. Not only does he go in the Hall of Fame, he has a statue made of him. That's the level above Hall of Fame. So Hall of Fame getting in there is seen as the ultimate achievement. There is actually one level above that, which is where they make a statue of you and it gets unveiled at WrestleMania Access. We've seen statues for the likes of Dusty, Bruno Sammartino, Ultimate Warrior, Andre the Giant, of course. The one that got unveiled, was it last WrestleMania? Was The Undertaker. The Undertaker was the last one to get a statue. I actually have a small version. Let me show you. There we go. Cody will be in the Rumble. It's been announced. So Cody Rhodes will be in the Royal Rumble. So we were just watching the Cody segment, and he confirmed at the end that he will be in the Rumble. So there we go. Yeah, that's the Bruno one. That's a little Bruno one. They actually made miniatures of them, and I love Bruno. So I picked up the little Bruno one, but that's Bruno's statue. And they've done them. So, yeah, I think not only does Brock go in, I think he gets a little statue. You love that. That is so good. That only cost about £12, you know. 12 quid. Look at it. It's awesome. It's awesome. Here's Elias. Okay, we're with Elias. He's just talking about last year, how crazy last year was. It's time to right some wrongs. The Vengeance Tour begins. Here's MVP stepping out of Adam Pearce's locker room. The winner is a done deal. Elias tells MVP that he's not been relevant in the ring for years. Tune up. Right, he said, so MVP said, look, don't go in there asking to go into the Royal Rumble because the winner is already decided. I'll have the winner here tonight. Hard to know who he's talking about. Is he talking about Amos or is he back with Bobby? Either way, seems like this person is going to be taking on Elias later on in the show. But coming up next, we've got Street Profits taking on Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin. Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin. That match coming up next. I would clap for Vince because he gave us WWE Raw and 30 incredible years, but I still don't want him back in creative. Yeah, I think, Hayden, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that he is the person that gave us, you know, WWE that we know and love. The product before he bought it obviously existed, but it was not what we know now. And so, you know, as we said, Hulkamania, John Cena, Attitude Era, Stone Cold, Rock, you know, Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, you know, the list goes on and on and on. Without Vince, who knows? I mean, honestly, I don't think we would be here. I don't think we would all be here together watching this if it wasn't for Vince. So, can't really look past that. But the allegation stuff, God, it's so awful. Some of that stuff is horrific. And it's hard to know, obviously, what the truth is with that. I genuinely find myself conflicted when it comes to Vince. I just really don't know. I want to like him because of everything that he's done. But, man, honestly, he makes it so hard. He makes it so hard. I have no idea if he's guilty of that stuff or not. I just don't know. I miss the old days of the Royal Rumble where we would know all the participants, then they run down the guys. I like not knowing. I like not knowing who's in it. I mean, I sort of feel like announcing Cody is a bit of a no-brainer. I don't know that announcement. I know that Corey was doing a good job of trying to act surprised, but I mean, we've just had weeks of Cody vignettes looking at him returning. The Royal Rumble is a week away. I mean, I can't imagine there was anyone that saw that announcement and went, "What? He's what? He's coming back at the Rumble." I can't imagine anyone was that. I think Corey Graves was the only shocked person in the wrestling universe. Everyone else was like, yep, sure. So I sort of feel like where it's that obvious, like, I don't know, is that took anything away? I don't know. I don't feel like that's a problem. I'm sure we will get actual surprise, like actual names that we actually weren't expecting, like those types of surprises. I hope we get those. I'm sure we will. Dylan said, is Roman going to be on tonight? I don't believe so. Do you think the Bruno goal was offsides? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I understand letter of the law said it wasn't, but I think it was offside. I mean, they don't know if he's going to touch the ball or not. I understand that, like, if he, it's one of them, innit? Like, is he interfering in play? He is. He is interfering in play because they're having to look at the ball and make a decision. If he's not interfering in play, they wouldn't need to make any decisions, would they? The defenders, they wouldn't have to make a decision, but they are looking at the ball, having to think to themselves, has he touched it? Is he going to touch it? And by the time they've gone through that thought process and he hasn't touched it, it's found its way to another player. So I can't understand how you can say that is onside, because to me, he is interfering in play. He must be, because you have to make a decision. Not interfering in play would be miles away, nowhere near the ball. That's not interfering in play. But like literally running alongside the ball, I understand he's not offside unless he touches it, but equally he's interfering in play. So, yeah. Vince is my whole childhood and adult life. He is facing some awful allegations, and he's got the biggest ego I've ever seen, but I couldn't find myself booing him. Yeah. I'd have no problem booing him if I knew 100% those allegations were true. But yeah, I agree. This is why I'd just be confused. But I don't think I'm alone in that. I mean, look, there's people that are saying they would boo him. There's people that are saying they would cheer him. That's why I think the reaction would be muted. I'm going to say muted, largely muted, with some boos and some cheers. I think you'd have some cheer him, some boo him. I think the majority would probably just be like... So with that information, or if we think that is where it would be, would he come out? Would he come out if he knows that he's going to get a bit of negativity? Largely muted. They could always pipe in fake sounds. Easy pipe in fake sounds. I don't know. I think there's a chance we do see him. I think there is a chance. Right, we are back from commercial break, and we're already 40 minutes into the show. 40 minutes into the show. We've had, I think, just the one match so far, haven't we? One match so far. Now we're moving on to our next match, which is Street Profits versus Cedric and Shelton. Right, don't know. I don't think this is going to take that long. These two, obviously, were having conversations with MVP. Shelton goes over and collides with Montez. Montez goes to the outside. Dawkins in the ring with some back elbows. He goes against the ropes. Lovely spin kick there by Shelton, and a good German suplex. He suplexed him so hard that Dawkins' headband popped off. Takes him over to the corner, and good start this is by Shelton and Cedric. Wish they were wearing matching gear, but maybe that's part of the story. Perhaps we're not quite at the Hurt Business yet. Perhaps we're not quite at the same page. So at the moment, they're still wearing their kind of individual separate gears. But hopefully, eventually, we start wearing matching gear. Nice crossbody by Montez. Montez in the ring with Cedric right now. Both going against the ropes. Clothesline by Montez, who is shredded. He is absolutely shredded when he was like screaming down the camera. He had muscles on muscles. Over the top rope goes Cedric. Swing and a miss there by Montez. Cedric pulling Montez outside the ring, looking for a German to the outside. I never understand this move. I never understand German suplexes to the outside, because he's going to hurt himself. Legit, he's going to hurt himself. He's having to throw himself off the edge of the ring. If that succeeds, I appreciate he's going to do damage to Montez, but he's going to do plenty of damage to himself as well. In the end, he plants Montez onto the edge of the ring. Here's MVP coming down. MVP making his way down to the ring. Shelton and Cedric looking a little bit confused as we go over to commercial break. Montez is the one that isn't Dawkins. Montez is the one that isn't Dawkins. That's. I want Days to take me to a concert, said William, and we could have beer and steak. Okay, nice. I call dibs on Yokozuna. William, hope you're well, bud. Hope you had a good weekend. It's going to be Elias against the Moss because Vince is back, said Ellen Twins. Mello, don't miss. Kevin Patrick, what is the meaning of this? Well, Kevin, MVP is walking to the ring. Hurt business, MVP, business as usual, said Justin. Could Sasha be in the Rumble, said Dylan. Not expecting Sasha. The only thing I would say is I wonder what Sasha's chances of returning are now that Vince is back, thinking about it. Hey, do you know what? What if Bray hadn't returned? What if Triple H just hadn't got round to it yet? And then Vince came back. I wonder what that would mean for a Bray return. I think, to be honest, if Triple H had gone to Vince and said, look, I want Bray. I'll deal with him. You don't need to deal with him, obviously. So I'm doing creative. Yeah, me. I'm definitely doing creative. So just to say that again, I do creative, yeah. So I'll deal with Bray. I want him. Can I have him? The answer is yes. So if he says that, I think Vince might have given him Bray, you know. I think as long as Vince doesn't have to deal with Bray, and as long as the money's acceptable, then I think that'd be all right. Sasha's an interesting one. I mean, she walked out on Vince. I mean, there should, I don't know, should there be a way back from that? I sort of feel like it's the worst thing you can do. I mean, short of punching a fan in the face, like not being on an advertised show is, you know what I mean? Can you trust her? She comes back is you know, is she just gonna end up doing it again? If she gets given some creative that she doesn't like, does she just do it again? I just don't know. I don't know. I don't expect her in the Rumble. But the thing is, that deal can always get made. I mean, I don't think that her deal with New Japan is going to be exclusive, right? I'm pretty sure New Japan are just over the moon at the fact they've got her. So I don't think that deal is exclusive. So that means that WWE should be able to go up to her, and as long as they pay the money she's looking for, they should be able to get her. They would also have to accept the fact that she is going to work some New Japan shows, right? Shouldn't really matter though, should it? Shouldn't really interfere in anything. I'm sure they can make that work. As long as it's not like the same night as WrestleMania or anything like that, like I'm sure they could make it work. They've just allowed Carl Anderson to go to Wrestle Kingdom, for example. So I don't know. I'm leaning towards no. I don't think she will, but who knows? Who knows? If they've paid the money, she would go back if the money was right. I believe that. The reports were they just couldn't get to the same amount of money. NXT, we've got Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams against Axiom and someone else. I didn't see who it was, but that's tomorrow. And Tiffany Stratton is back. Are we back from commercial break? We are now, yes. What would you do if they sell WWE? What would I do? Okay. I mean, we'd keep watching it. I mean, obviously, I think actually if they sell, it'd be a great time for wrestling because there'd be a lot of intrigue. Very much like when Triple H took over from Vince. That you'd see that spike as everyone would be interested to know what are they going to do, what are they going to change. Obviously, that would settle down. That honeymoon period would end. And depending on what they were doing, that would obviously dictate the number. The other thing as well is that if they leave these networks and go somewhere else, like that is risky. That is risky. That risk can pay off, if they're going to a bigger platform, of course. But It would be very risky. But I mean, short term, we of course would watch it. Long term, I have no idea because I have no idea what they would be doing, who they would be catering for. I'd have no idea. My thoughts are that we would watch it, of course. Can't imagine it would be drastically different. I can't imagine it would turn into Lucha Underground or something, you know? Right, we've got Shelton on the shoulders of Dawkins. Chop block by Cedric's. Montez off the top. 1, 2. And Dawkins comes and makes the save. So MVP is at ringside, is watching Cedric and Shelton. That looked like a diving worm, said Whisperance. Greg, shout out to you. Mustafa said the best dream thing that could happen is for WWE to be sold to Tony Khan and for AEW and WWE to merge. I disagree. I don't think that's the best. I don't think Tony Khan's booking is brilliant. I think if you look at Dynamite and the fact that you know the numbers that Dynamite brings in, even the criticisms. I mean, there's plenty of talent that is seemingly underutilized. If you look at how they booked the likes of Aleister Black and the House of Black, if you look at what they've done with the likes of Miro, if you look at what they've done with the likes of Andrade, like there's seemingly a pool of people that Tony likes and trusts and wants to push and promote. But there's a whole lot of people that are struggling to get TV time, get some juicy creative. And some of the stuff, like, I don't know. If you look at Dynamite, it's like any other wrestling show, isn't it? It's hit and miss, but God, it's far from perfect. Far from perfect. So I don't know. I don't know that I would want WWE to be booked by Tony Khan, to be honest. Don't know that that's best case scenario. I think I'd rather it be Mickey Mouse. Right, it is a victory for the Street Profits. Well, Montez is fired up. Right, we've got Dawkins gets thrown at Cedric. Cedric with a knee. And it was reversed by Dawkins. It's just a little reversal thing. I mean, that's... So, Shelton and Cedric are upset with MVP. It wasn't really MVP's fault. Okay, we're backstage. If anyone's ready for a 6-pack challenge match, it's me. Shush, please. Is Chad Gable. I can't believe my cauliflower ears. Kathy Kelly, Zachary, shout out to you. If Sasha, Becky, Charlotte, Bailey made up the 4 horsewomen, then why not get paid the same as the counterparts? Sasha and Bailey. Bailey, a lot to put other fighters over. Well, we'll get to that in a sec. Mammy having a word with Chad. He spent all day and all night pumping iron in the yard. With a strong body, you must supplement a strong mind, says Chad. And he's questioning both. You don't even want to know what they would do to guys like you. Thank you. Thank you. Alpha Academy then heading off. Becky Lynch calls out Bailey. That's coming up next. Yeah, so in regards to that comment about Sasha being paid the same as Bailey, Becky, whatever, without knowing the numbers, it's hard to know how far off we were. Equally, I mean, like, I'm guessing her segments did ratings. I'm guessing they did ratings. But if you're looking at the situation from a analytical point of view, and her ratings are for whatever reason just below those of Becky and Becky and Bailey, then maybe you would look at it and go, well, do you know what? She's not worth that money because she's not bringing in the same level of viewers. Like her YouTube clips or whatever, maybe they don't do the same amount of views as other ones. I mean, in all fairness, it's a vicious circle because if you was to put her in some interesting creative, then she would probably get the views. You know, it's hard to do views when you're faffing around with the women's tag titles. So, you know, maybe it's a situation whereby, to be honest, she never helped herself because if she hadn't walked out, perhaps they would have been a bit more inclined to have used her in the title pictures. And in fact, the rumors were that they were going to put her in a program for the belt, for the women's championship, when she walked out. So she was actually going to get a shot at the belt. I don't think she was going to win it, but she would have been in the title picture, which is the best situation, short of being the champion. That's the best situation you can find yourself in, is being in the title picture. So I understand that her ratings might not have been that strong when she had the women's tag titles. I understand that if you're going to give her the big bucks, you're going to then have to use her for the big stories. Equally, though, I can understand WWE going, well, she just walked out on us. She just walked out on us. We don't really want to be using her in big stories because we're going to have to, you know, pander to her. You know, if we give her some creative that she doesn't like, is she just going to walk out again? It's one thing to walk out when you're the women's tag champ. It's something completely different to walk out if you're the Raw women's champion, right? I mean, they're just different levels, aren't they? So I can sort of understand WWE going, well, if we're bringing her back, we're not going to put her into big stories. You know, we'll use her, but I don't know. She walked out on us. Like, how are we meant to trust that she's not going to just do that again? So if you're not going to use her in big stories and you're going to use her in secondary stories, then you're not going to want to pay her the big bucks. And also, when she was around, maybe, as we said, her views just weren't that great. Granted, because she was involved in the tag title picture, which is nowhere near as exciting. But I don't know. I don't know. I've got no sympathy for Sasha. Got no sympathy. I think that I'd have a lot more sympathy if she hadn't have walked out. It's as simple as that. You know, I've always been quite vocal against what she did. And there's people that don't want her back at all. There's plenty of people that are like, no, she walked out, she's done. I don't have that mentality. I'm all right with her coming back because I think, well, you know, she walked out. She was clearly unhappy. I think the way she was spoken to probably was unacceptable without being there. But so, you know, mistakes made on both sides, regrettable things on both sides. There must be a way forwards. So I'm more into that idea of trying to find a way forward, but I don't know. Her now coming back wanting to get paid more. This is where I'm starting to struggle now. Now she's got to get paid more money to come back. Before WrestleMania goes to Hollywood's, let's see what happened the last time we were at the showcase of the Immortals took over Tinseltown. So we just got a little clip where was this WrestleMania 22? Like 21, 22, weren't it, when we were in Hollywood? WrestleMania goes Hollywood. Here's Becky. They should have Dom on a pole match, said JP. What do you think of Saudi Arabia buying WWE, said Justin? Well, it's not confirmed. I mean, like, it could go that way, and there would be big concerns if it did go that way. But there's no confirmation of it yet. But I think there's every chance that conversations are going on. Is Big Time making her way down? Right, we are starting the second hour with the man. Big Time Bex. So, Becky, head into the ring. Deep pop. Becky said she's dyed her hair orange in celebration of the Bengals winning. The man has got some business to take care of. So she calls out Bailey. Becky in the ring. We've had an hour of the show so far. It's been all right. You dopey Karen looking fool. Come on, Bailey. You dopey Karen looking fool. Here's Damage Control. You dopey Karen looking fool. Becky Lynch doing a John Moxley in Cincinnati. Saudi buying WWE is old news, according to Brian Alvarez, says Chris. Lady Noir said Bellas took a hiatus in 2012 because of how the women were being treated. They stayed out until it was time to renew their contract. Don't know the circumstances. Even with the Sasha one, can speculate. Yeah, it is true. I mean, we don't know the ins and the outs. We do know facts though, and facts are she walked out. We know that. But there's plenty of reports that she was not spoken to in a way that you would hope that talent would be spoken to. So I agree. I think there was mistakes made on both sides. I agree. I'm a person. My name is Bailey. My name is not Karen. You're a moany, entitled idiot with a rubbish haircut. Right, here's Bailey getting into the ring then. She's wearing a football shirt. I don't know who of. 49ers. Becky chants by the crowds. Bailey's in, like, heels, and it feels a bit weird to see Bailey in heels. I don't know if she's just not comfortable in them, or if I'm just not used to seeing her in them. But it just looks weird. Feels a bit awkward, her having, like, some sort of a heel on. Becky said that Bailey peaked in 2015. Are you trying to recreate something? Bailey said, you took my spot on Raw in 2015. I like the fact we're using that. I mean, it was, 7-8 years ago, but I like it. It was a big thing at the time when Sasha, Becky, Charlotte got called up and Bailey didn't. You was kept in NXT because you wanted to be a leader. Must admit, this started off a little bit slow, a little bit clunky, but there's some interesting points being mentioned here. Becky says, I wasn't supposed to be the man, and I wasn't supposed to change the game. But I did. But I did because I love this. Said she's going to keep working for this until she can't do it anymore. I know that you love this as well, but when you're not the focal point, you just whine. Bailey's peak was 2020, says Mustafa. She was great during lockdown, wasn't she? She was so good. Bailey said, don't bother chanting her name. You guys know nothing. The only reason you became the man is because you was punched in the face by another woman. And Becky says, well, I should punch you in the face right now. That's true. That was an iconic moment when she got punched by Nia and the blood was all over her face. Bailey says she doesn't need the other members of Damage Control. Wow. One-on-one next week, steel cage. No problem. Bailey says no problem. There is hesitation there, but that'll be so good on Raw is 30. Bailey versus Becky in a cage. Man, next week's show is going to be fire. Next week is going to be so good. We're going to have legends. We're going to have the acknowledgement ceremony. We're going to have Bailey versus Becky in a steel cage. Oh, it's going to be so good. If you're going to Raw next week, you're going to see just like a goat show. It's a goat show next week. Bailey is misused, says Whisperance. Yeah, I definitely think we could be getting more out of her, definitely. Said it before, it does feel like when they put this young talent with the established names, it doesn't always feel like the established names bring the young talent up. It actually feels like the young talent brings the established star down. So it's sort of like, I don't feel like Bailey has elevated Dakota and Io, but at times she has. It sort of feels like they have sort of brought her down from the level she was at before. You think about where she was before she got injured. She was as good as it gets. Ding dong, hello, all that kind of stuff. And now it just doesn't feel quite as good. Whoa, Ali just attacked Dolph. Do I have your attention now? No one gets anything handed to them. I have not got time to be a teacher to you today. So that's what Dolph said. I mean, it's clearly building to something, isn't it, with Dolph and Ali? It's not like it wasn't like a brutal beatdown. I think Ali just felt a bit disrespected, hit him, and was like, have I got your attention now? See where that goes. They're making Ali hateable and pathetic, said Chris. The nerve of that Ali, said Zoom Station. Ali versus Dolph in a Jobber of the Year match, says Aubrey Edwards. Austin said the wrestling god Baron Corbin is going to win. If Saudi buys, Ali will be champion, said John. Bailey and Becky, steel cage match, definitely a Vince move. I think it's a great move. I'm down for that. Honestly, them two in a match anyway is going to be a lot of fun. Steel cage matches, I mean, they always feel big time because we don't get them that often. So these two inside a steel cage, plus also a women's one-on-one steel cage match. Can't remember the last time I saw that. Can't remember the last time we saw two women on the main roster go one-on-one inside a steel cage, not a Hell in a Cell. Not a Hell in a Cell. Steel cage. Can't remember it. I would like to see Dolph go against Theory for the US Championship, says Ethan. Randy could be a referee. We are at commercial break, yeah. Right, we're 1 hour, 10 minutes into the show. It's been all right. I feel like this show is got quite a bit of talking point to it. You know, we've obviously had the big announcement about Cody. We had a good brawl at the start, Judgment Day and Usos. That was pretty fun. You know, Kevin Owens coming out and all of that carnage. The announcement of the tribal ceremony, the acknowledgement ceremony next week, that was big. The announcement that we're going to get Becky and Bailey steel cage match next week, that's big. It feels like we're getting some big talking points this week. But what it's doing is it's setting up next week. Like, next week is going to be huge. So, in a way, this has actually turned into a little bit of a go-home show. It's a little bit of a go-home show, but not like a bad go-home show. It's just we're putting a few final touches in place for next week's Raw, which is providing, you know, some interesting talking points. So, and we still haven't had the Alexa segment. I'm sure there will be an Alexa segment. We still haven't had an Alexa segment yet. Sorry to interrupt. I'm curious. What are your ideas for Hall of Fame? Well, Batista. I mean, Batista is interesting because he, I believe, was announced for the Hall of Fame a few years ago and never actually went in because he, as soon as the pandemic hit, he actually declined going in because he wants to go in with fans being present. Batista is a big Hollywood star as well. I know he's not the biggest name in Hollywood, but he has, you know, I mean, he's done films. He's been in the Guardians of the Galaxy film. It's not like he's had a rubbish acting career. He was in James Bond. He's been in the Guardians of the Galaxy films. He's got another movie that's coming out. He's in, isn't it, that new Shyamalan film? I don't know if you've seen the trailer to it. Something to do with there's three families and they have to decide that they've got to sacrifice someone, one of the members of their family. They've got to decide which one to sacrifice, otherwise it'll be the end of the world. It's a weird plot, but it's sort of interesting as they struggle with trying to figure out who they're going to sacrifice. Otherwise the world will end. He's in that. I've seen the trailer to that, and it caught my interest, in all fairness. So yeah, I sort of feel like he would make sense to be a headliner, to go in as the headliner. He's someone that they want to put in, and he is someone that deserves to go in, and he's got those connections to Hollywood. So I'd put him in. I'd put Andy Kaufman in. I can't believe he's never gone in. I think that would be... I'd put William Regal in. I think William Regal deserves to go in. And you might as well, why not now? His wrestling career's done. He's back. He's not in AEW anymore. You couldn't put him in when he was in AEW. But now he's back in WWE. Why not put him in? So there's a couple of names. I like the Great Muta as well. Okay. MVP said, you're about to face the 2023 Royal Rumble winner. Is it a Moss? It's a Moss. So Amos is here, the Nigerian giant. I did think there was a chance he might have convinced Bobby. Man, is this the biggest reveal in the world? It doesn't feel like it, does it? Amos coming back. I didn't even know he'd been away that long. Amos making his way. Elias can't be surprised at this news. Amos making his way down to the ring then. Corey said he didn't see this coming. Okay. Did I miss some? I don't know. This is who MVP manages? I did think there was a chance it could be Bobby because we know they had a conversation last week. But Amos was just as, if not more, likely. Anyway, he's made his way down. He's in the ring. Amos haven't seen him in a long time. It was clear it would be Amos said very Irish potato. Amos is back. He'll do a bunch of squashes again. Rinse, repeat for the rest of his career, said Whisperance. Yeah, it's maybe not the most exciting reveal in the world, but big boot by Amos. The word was WWE wanted to put Goldust in this year, but Tony wouldn't grant permission, says Top Tier. Oh, Goldust makes a lot of sense, doesn't he? Goldust makes a lot of sense. He's very Hollywood, wasn't he? Yeah, Goldust would have made a lot of sense. And what with this being the year that I think Cody's going to achieve. Oh, that's such a shame. Because, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Cody winning the title, his brother. It's like a bit of a Rhodes weekend. And it's Hollywood's. That's a real shame. That's a real shame. That's a real shame that Tony's done that. Because, to be honest, I wouldn't have expected WWE to put anyone in that was in AEW. I think if you're in AEW, then it's just not going to happen. But Goldust makes so much sense that there's like reasons for it, isn't there? With it being a big weekend for the Rhodes family, just makes sense. Amos has got Elias's guitar. He smashes it on the ground. So Elias went outside the ring and he went to grab his guitar. He just kicks Amos in the head. Knee strike there by Elias. Another knee strike by Elias. Elias going against the ropes. Third knee strike, and the big guy's not gone. Oh, he has gone down to one knee. Elias is in control. He goes to the outside of the ring. Grabs Elias, though. Amos in control. Elias goes down. This might be the beginning of the end. He goes for the cover. 1, 2, 3. And it wasn't the beginning of the end. It was the end. Boring, said Whisperance. I used to like seeing Amos versus... I like to see Amos versus Tyson Fury at WrestleMania 39, said Legend Killer. Right. It is a win for the Nigerian Giants. Amos beats Elias. Okay, so MVP jumping into the ring. I tell you what, a faction of Amos, Bobby, Cedric, Shelton. I mean, that would be interesting. That would be very interesting. Okay, Byron is with Adam Pearce. I can promise you. Raw 30 will be unforgettable. Yeah, that's true. I mean, next week, we've got Theory defending against the winner of tonight's main event as well. Akira Tozawa. Akira Tozawa wants in the Rumble. Give me a match. Akira Tozawa wants in. Let's get ready to the Rumble! Ah! Right, we're backstage with the Judgment Day. Coming up next, Alpha Academy versus the Judgment Day. Just watching Mami and Dom. Okay, so Akira Tozawa wants in the Rumble. Adam Pearce said, I can't just put you in, but a win tonight would go some way to making your case. Sadly, Tony didn't make a deal with WWE that Regal can't be on screen for anything till 24 or 25. Yeah, I think there is some sort of a deal in place whereby he's just a behind-the-scenes guy, isn't he now? They should bring back the gimmick battle royal. They should. They absolutely should. You're right. It's not something I think you could do on a regular, though. I don't think you could do it every year because, to be honest, I think the pool of talent that they're choosing from, I don't know that it's that big. I think, sadly, there's a lot of people that are no longer with us. But not only that, a lot of ex-wrestlers are just not in any condition to be in the ring anymore. So those names that would actually resonate with fans that are still with us and still are in some sort of condition to actually be in a battle royal. I don't know what that looks like. It would be, I reckon you could do it, but I don't think you could do it every year and have like a nice variety. But yeah, I would like to see it. That gimmick battle royal at WrestleMania 17 was so much fun and so important now that we look back at it, because really it's the last time we get to see, certain people. I mean, like Bobby on commentary. It's one of the last times we get to see Bobby on commentary. We've got obviously Mean Gene. I think it's Bobby Heenan and Mean Gene that do the commentary for that gimmick battle royal. And obviously, we're losing people all the time. People that were in that, will no longer sadly be with us at some point. I mean, Iron Sheik is still around, of course, but that's one of the last times we get to see him actually in the ring. So, yeah, it's a bit of fun, but also it's sort of our last chance to say goodbye to certain people as well. So, yeah, it'd be good. I'd definitely be down for that. We're seeing more heel versus heel matches unless they're going to put Alpha Academy to turn face. I actually think it's the other way. I think Judgment Day might be the faces in this one. Mainly because the Usos are the heels with the Bloodline. And I think that they might just want to have... I think they might just be leaning towards the Judgment Day being like tweeners. So, obviously, the Rhea and Dominic thing is pretty fun. And so I think they're sort of just leaning into that and just making them fun and just having people get a little bit on board with them. So, yeah, I mean, look, it is heel versus heel. But I think of the two, I think they'd rather you cheer Judgment Day than Usos. So I think this is a little tune-up. And I think they would rather you cheer Judgment Day than Alpha Academy. I think Alpha Academy is still going to be their usual annoying, oh, thank you, shush please, all that kind of stuff, I don't think there'll be faces in this one. John B said, I genuinely think The Rock could win the Rumble. Yeah, you could be right, buds. There was certainly talk of that. I personally hope it doesn't happen. I just don't think he needs it. But there was talk of it. Imagine if we get The Rock on next week's episode and he then announces that he's going to be in the Rumble. I mean, like, we're talking about things that, you know, are crazy and absolutely might not happen, but it's not out of the realms of possibility because there has been conversations about The Rock winning the Rumble. Like, there were reports that that was the plan. So anything can happen. Anthony, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. Hope you are enjoying Monday Night Raw as we are very close to the halftime scores. We'll be going over to halftime scores at the next commercial break. Right now, we're just welcoming the Judgment Day. Judgment Day versus Alpha Academy. That is going to be our next match. Batista is taking all the Rock's movie roles, so maybe he will come back for a while, said Paul. Oh, I don't think we'll see another gimmick battle royal for at least 6 years, says Travis. Oh, I never mentioned it as well, but again, we don't have any ads and commercials on the streams. We've been able to keep the sponsorship wolf at bay. But WWE Shop did get in touch with me, and they did say that they would provide the channel with a link. So if anyone was to buy anything from WWE Shop, then a small percentage of that would come back to the channel. So going forwards in the streams, there is going to be a little link in the chat if you do purchase anything. If you do click on that and get to the shop that way, then a small percentage does go back to the channel. I do need to find ways of making it just more accessible. I haven't quite figured out that yet. So I don't know. Perhaps it'll be, I think what I'll do going forward is probably put it in the description of all the videos. I don't know. I don't want to make it like annoying. I don't want that. But like it's I mean, it's great, isn't it? I mean, that's great by WWE Shop. I'd love like promoting those guys. I've got no problems promoting those guys. I mean, guess where I got this from? So if you are going to get anything, then feel free to use that link. It's very appreciated. I might even wheel out my banner next time. As soon as you get to halftime scores, I'm going to wheel out the banner. I made a banner and graphics and everything. I'm professional. Here's Alpha Academy then. So we just had Judgment Day head down to the ring. Now we've got Alpha Academy. Do you see Judgment Day taking the Raw titles off the Usos next week? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not this close to WrestleMania. I think we'll probably, if we're going to do it there. Although saying that, you know, if you remember last year, 2022, we actually had Brock win the belt at day one. Then he lost it at the Royal Rumble. And then he won it back at the Elimination Chamber. So we actually had, at the first 3 premium live events of 2022, we actually had a lot of movement with the titles. So it's certainly not impossible that the Usos lose the belts. And also it might be that they could be looking at the WrestleMania plans thinking, well, do you know what? We could really do with, I don't know, Sammy and Kevin against the Usos for the SmackDown belts on the Sunday. And on the Saturday, we could really do with Judgment Day defending the Raw belts. So they might, because they have been doing tournaments for the 2 separate titles. So I'm probably 55%, 45% Usos. But honestly, I think they've got a chance. I think they've got a really good chance because I think this group deserves some gold. They need something to brag about. I think it would really help them. And also, you might just want the Usos to just focus on one of the tag titles rather than both. And also, you know, if Sammy was involved in costing them in some way, that obviously furthers that story as well. So, yeah, I think there's a chance. I definitely think there's a chance. But I'm probably like 55-45. Still in favor of the Usos. Sort of feel like this close to WrestleMania, you might want to keep both belts on them, but you could make a way of it working, storyline wise. Right, we've got Chad going out of the ring, spilling to the outsides. Anthony, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Anthony Maldonado. It's a nice name. Maldonado. Nice work by Chad. He's in the ring with Damien. Rhea or Liv likely to win the Rumble, said Liv Morgan 22. Dominic said if you had to pick 5 superstars like Ray or Randy to hold a world title one more time, who would it be? Well, can it be anyone? One more time would suggest they've held the title before. So I would have... They would have to have been champions before. I would have... Ooh. Well, if you can choose anyone... Undertaker would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Undertaker. He doesn't need to have a long run, but imagine him coming back, winning the title... I mean, like, and then maybe dropping it to Bray. Imagine that. Undertaker comes back, wins the belt, and then drops it to Bray. Ooh. Definitely take an Undertaker. I'll take Undertaker. Yeah, I'll take Randy. Take Randy. Ray, one more for Ray or Edge. Yeah, I mean, it's hard, isn't it? Because they are legends. I sort of feel like they probably should. But I feel like if I really think about it, I could probably think of, like, I don't know, CM Punk. Like, CM Punk coming back in. I don't think he will. But would you take it? Yeah, of course you would. CM Punk, Undertaker, Randy. I'd definitely give one to Randy. I think he deserves a run with the belt. I wouldn't give one to John Cena. I'm not into that idea. I wouldn't give one to Goldberg or Batista. Shawn, I don't think, can do it anymore. Triple H can't do it anymore. Not interested in putting it on The Rock. Not interested in putting it on Stone Cold. I'm really trying to think of legends. I'm really trying to think of those, like, big names that are maybe not with the company anymore. I can't think of any. It's tricky, isn't it? Like Jericho, maybe? Jericho coming back would be good. Jericho. I could maybe go with Jericho. Jericho, because that would be pretty fun, actually. I think Jericho coming back would be a massive deal. Hang on. It is halftime scores, but I really want to get this sorted. Randy, Undertaker, CM Punk, Jericho. Got one more. You know, like Edge or Ray. Probably deserved. Ryback. Yeah, Ryback. Mark Henry. Mark Henry's a good shout. Mark Henry's fun, isn't he? Mark Henry coming back having a out of nowhere. I love the randomness of that, actually. I love the randomness of that. Right, anyway, we said halftime scores. Let's do them. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. Right. 8, 5.5, 6, 7, 5.5. Leo says Bray. No Jericho. He ruined his legacy in AEW. Just my opinion, says Paul. 7, 5, 6. Liv is going to win the Rumble. Who do you think is number 30 in the men's Rumble? Who's number 30 in the men's Rumble? I suppose it could be... Well, I don't know that 30 is the surprise. It's not always the surprise. It could be The Rock. I think it could be Cody, if we haven't had Cody. In all fairness, he's not been in the ring for a while, so you probably don't want him to be in there too long. Although, saying that, they're probably going to want to really lean into the he's really earned it kind of vibe. So there is a good chance. There is a good chance that they will actually make him come out quite early. But it could be someone like Cody. I don't think it's going to be... I think Cody wins the Rumble. So if you are going to have a big name like, say, John Cena, and it could be Cena, then we're going to need to find a way of him being eliminated. Because I do think Cody wins. Evan, shout out to you, said, who is your top 5 to win the Rumble? I don't have a top 5. I think Rhea Ripley wins the women's. I do think that Liv has got a chance, but I think it'll be Rhea Ripley. And I think Cody wins the men's. Simple as that. And I think if it's not Cody, then I think it's The Rock. I don't have a top 5. I'd have to really sit down and try and make a case. Because the winner will go to... I don't know. I mean, I just don't feel like anyone else is in the conversation. So I don't have a top 5. Unless you include Rhea and Liv, then it would be Rhea, Liv, Cody, Rock, Seth. There's 5. Flying headbutt by Chad Gable. Rock shouldn't win. He is the new Ric Flair, said Chastity Plum. Austin said Rhea or Asuka to win, and Cody or Rock to win. I'd love Asuka winning it. Maybe she comes back next week as the moody Kana version. Otis in the ring is colliding into everyone. We are past halfway now. But by Otis, Damian Priest goes back against the ropes. Thrust kick by Priest. He gets picked up, slammed down by Otis. To shoulder up. And Judgment Day looking a bit nervy. They thought that was the beginning of the end. Priest back in the corner. Big boot. Dominic. Big Dom coming in. Otis comes over. Collides into Big Dom. Big Dom goes right back out the ring. Damian Priest over in the corner. Big collision there by Otis. We got Damian wobbling around. Damian goes down. Are they going to go for the caterpillar here? Crowd are cheering it. The crowd want to see it. And he's giving it to him. It was so messy. He did it. And then as he got up, he stumbled. And he ended up stumbling and turning it into a splash. But it was so messy. It did the caterpillar, and as he got to his feet, he just sort of fell back over. But thankfully, he did turn it into the splash. Damian Priest planting Otis. Roll up by Gable. Lovely German. In comes Big Dom. Big Dom. 1, 2. I thought Big Dom was going to do it, There's an ankle lock applied to Big Dom. The ex-con. Big Dom. In a big bit of trouble. Damian Priest, though, planting Chad Gable. Big Dom's going to get the win. 2, 3. Oh, look at it. Yes. Big Dom has picked up the win thanks to Damian Priest. Damian Priest planting the ex-con planting Chad Gable, then the ex-con Big Don. Get in the pin. Big drama as Gable had that ankle lock in deep. Wow. That was a fun match, said Porch. Yeah, it's good. What the hell type of pin was that? That's how they do it in prison. That's how they do it in prison. That was a convict pin. That's what that was. A convict pin. That's cool graphic in the background, isn't it? Raw is 30 championship match. That is the convict pin. Raw tag team titles on the line. Oh, Martin Luther King Day, innit? Right, okay, so just got a little video package on Dr. Martin Luther King. It's cool, isn't it? Chiseled him out of like stone. Nia needs to come back and beat up Sammy, kick him out of the bloodline, and have her in the bloodline and get the women's golds. If Judgment Day win the tag titles, they can eventually all hold gold. Rhea with the Raw Women's title, and Finn could be World Camo again. World Chamo. I hope he becomes World Chamo in 2023. This is the best bit so far, said Davids. Wrestling Days is Big Dumb. The only WWE wrestler who wasn't alive 30 years ago. No. Loads in their 20s. I think Liv's in her 20s. Austin Theory's in his 20s. Pretty much all of NXT are in their 20s. So, no, there's a fair few. I think Aaliyah, is she in her 20s? I don't know. Maybe Raquel? No. Rhea, Liv, Theory. There's 3 that come to mind. Sure, if we dig into it, we could find some more. I think the Alphas are faces, says Very Irish Potato. Man United Hodge said, when are you applying for maximum male models? Do you know what? I saw their video on the WWE YouTube channel. It was really good. It was really fun. I actually think they've got something with maximum male models. I think if you look at them as a serious group, I think you're missing the point of them. Not meant to be serious, they're meant to be jobbers, right? If you accept that they're meant to be fun, entertaining jobbers, like that's their role in the company, they're not here to win titles. They want to, but they're not going to be good enough, right? So they're jobbers. They're not meant to be serious. You're not meant to look at them and think they're here to take over the world. They're trying to, they'd love to, but they're not good enough, right? They're just meant to be fun and funny. I think there's something there. I really do. Because if you saw the video, you had them falling out with Maxine Dupree. Mansoor was like, this was so much better when we were run by your brother. Like this to Maxine. And Maxine was like, oh, let me talk to you. And she did like an LA Knight impression. And then she started going off on them and everything. She stormed out, right? Yeah. She went like that as she walked off. She did like this impression of LA Knight, her brother. And she stormed out. And I think Marseille was like, it's happening again. It's happening again. I can't go through this again. As, their leader goes walking out on them. And he got up and, like, ran off, like, in tears. And then it turned out he had rollerblades, inline rollerblades. So he like went skating off. I just found myself watching it going, this is funny, man. This is funny. Like him freaking out going, I can't go through this again after she walks off. And her impression of LA Knight, oh, let me talk to you. There was some stuff in there. I was like, oh man, yeah, I can vibe with this. Do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Dark Order. You know how Dark Order at first were like super serious, and then over time they became more comedy. And then I think it was it Being the Elite or something? They were doing really fun stuff, but no one saw it. They were doing the stuff with the paper where Brody Lee would be upset and he'd threaten to hit them and whack them with this rolled up paper if they did something wrong. And then, like, you know, you'd see him like walloping him away, and you'd have John Silver like selling it and everything. And there was some really fun stuff going on with the Dark Order, but sadly, it was away from Dynamite, so you never saw it. They're sort of doing the same with Maximum Male Models. Like, what we see on TV might not really be that great. We don't even see them that much now. But actually, they're doing some stuff away from TV that's actually like, yeah, this is how they should use them. This is how they should use them. They should use them in like a bit of a comedy segment thing. Even if it's just social media clips, like, it'll work. As long as people see it and you can get it out there, I think it'd be a really good way to use them. I think there's definitely a gap for a fun tag team. Think Breezango. Do you remember Breezango with the fashion files? Maybe it wasn't to everyone's taste, but at least they gave it a good go, where we had like a tag team that was doing some fun comedy stuff. We don't really have that. I mean, like Alpha Academy sort of was a little bit like that, but not really doing anything now, are they? I mean, the shoosh and the thank you, that's all we tend to get. Like, we don't really get anything else. So, yeah, I think there's a gap in the market for Maximum Male Models. And Marseille got so upset he's gone missing. So at the moment, there's a whole Where's Marseille campaign because he got so upset at the falling out, he went inline skating off. That sort of stuff tickles me. So yeah, I am a Maximum Male Model stan now. So the application is on its way. Right. William said, Days, Sunny says hi to everyone and that she loves you. She is in her new place and adjusting. She will have internet on Friday. Unpacking is overwhelming. That's cool. That's great that she's managed to get into that new place. So that's great news. I know she was quite excited about that. So yeah, that'll be good to have her back on Friday. We'll catch up with Sunny on Friday. See how life is treating her. I hope it's treating her well. So, William, appreciate it, bud. Okay. Oh, it is worth mentioning as well. If you've got... So, what we're looking for... I should probably mention this. I could start doing this, couldn't I? What we're looking for is 1-minute video clips of your Royal Rumble predictions, right? You can record it tonight. Send it over tomorrow. I need it in, though, by, like, lunchtime. But just a minute long, just saying, who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to get to the final 2 of the men's and women's? What surprises are you expecting? Who's going to be the Iron Man and the Iron Woman? Anything you want to discuss, who's going to get most eliminations? You don't have to do all those. But, you know, the standard stuff, basically. Your predictions for the Rumble? We are going to do that for the Wrestling Escape Pod. It gets recorded tomorrow and it will go up on Wednesday. So this week it is Royal Rumble predictions. So it should be a really fun episode this week where we really get stuck in to the Royal Rumble. And yeah, I'm just sort of hoping that we get bombarded with clips and then we can just hammer like loads of different clips, get loads of your thoughts. So send those once you've recorded it. Email it to wrestlingdays@gmail.com. wrestlingdays@gmail.com. What I'll do is I'll get all the clips together and then put them into the episodes. So It is a little bit last minute, I suppose, saying it now, considering I need it for tomorrow lunchtime. But on the actual show, we did request it last week. So I haven't looked, to be honest, to see what's come through yet. I'm sure we will have had stuff come through. But yeah, if you don't normally watch the Wrestling Escape Pod, it's got its own channel. If you don't normally watch the Wrestling Escape Pod, it's just a weekly podcast, goes out every Wednesday. And to be honest, it's really fun actually. We tend to look at the best Instagram pictures, WWE Instagram pictures. We tend to take a look at what those are and do a bit of commentary on those. So we tend to do that and then get like loads of community submissions. So you guys sending in stuff. So, I mean, ideally, I'd like that to be the format like every week. But it's always hard to know like what to ask for each week from you guys. So, but this week's easy. Rumble predictions. That's what we're after. So that is tomorrow that gets recorded, goes up on Wednesday. Right now we've got Michin Mia Yim. So Michin in the ring with Io Sky. So we've got this match underway. We've got an hour and 10 minutes left to go. Hour and 10 minutes. We've still had nothing Alexa or Uncle Howdy related. Are they wrestling in front of a crowd? It's so quiet, says Jojo. It is quiet. Is Brock going to be in the Rumble? I don't know. I think he comes back for WrestleMania. I think that he probably goes after Bobby. When he does that, though, I really don't know. I really don't know. He could come back at the Rumble, but as I said, I expect it to be... I don't think he's interested in going after the title. I think he's wants Bobby. So if he does come back, I think he's only coming back to go after Bobby. So with that in mind, he doesn't necessarily need to come back at the Rumble, but he might want to, because he might want to make sure Bobby doesn't win. Storyline-wise, he might come back just to stop Bobby from winning so that he can have him at WrestleMania. So, yeah, I think there's a chance of it. UFC 285, John Jones. 286 is Justin and Usman versus Edwards 3. Yeah, some big UFC shows coming up, isn't there? Big UFC shows. Gonna be good. Nice work here by Io. Io has got Mia Yim down. She's applying a crossface. She's got it cinched in at the moment. Dakota's happy with that on the outside. Candice is on the outside as well. Io in control. But nice reversal there by Mia Yim. I wish Mia Yim had different ring gear. I sort of feel like Mia Yim comes out with like a bit of a hip-hop vibe. Like a bit of a hip-hop music sort of vibe. And then her ring gear is just a bit... I don't know, it's nice. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's just a bit generic. I sort of feel like a lot of women could like wear that sort of gear. Doesn't really stand out to me. Elbows to the back of the heads. Gets caught. Io is up. Io lands on her feet. Net breaker by Michin. Hello, Sound People Podcast, Liam. Shout out to you. L and Twin said, I think Cody will enter at number 3 in the Rumble. That's a fun prediction. Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit torn on it because, like, he's obviously just coming back from injury. This ring rust is a very real thing. Can he really go that long in a Rumble at the moment? Maybe he can. Maybe he wants to. Maybe he wants to show that, you know, he absolutely deserves this Rumble win if he is going to win it. Not just come in at 30 and, you know, last 8 minutes or whatever. I will release the video if you ever become someone. Didn't Mia Yim used to wear pants? Yes, I believe she did. I don't feel this wrestling gear on her. It's just very generic, and I don't think she is generic. She goes down. I actually think a lot of wrestling gear is pretty trash, actually. I think they lose sight of... I think what they do is they go for nice-looking gear that's got details on, like different fabrics sewn together and all this. But I think they sort of fail to realize that a lot of those details don't really come across on TV. The gear that I like is very simple stuff. If you think Macho Man, you think he just had like orange trunks, but with the stars on. That's all he needed. And that is so iconic. So iconic. Undertaker just black with like the grey gloves, grey boot coverings. Iconic. You know, all this like different patterns and fabrics and lines and details. Like, everyone's doing that. It doesn't stand out. It really doesn't stand out. And I think a lot of those details get lost on TV anyway. A lot of people, you know, might watch these things on YouTube on their phones. They might not even, you know what I mean? Like, really small. Sort of feel like you just want to go big and bold and something that's like really eye-catching. Okay, they're talking about Alexa, so we might have the Alexa segment. Okay, we're just having a look at last week. Okay, so recap. This is interesting. We've been waiting for the Alexa segment. Does this mean we're not going to get Alexa, though? Corey Graves said he looked into her eyes and there was just nothing there. Bianca shouldn't be afraid of Bray, Wyatt, or Uncle Howdy. She needs to be afraid of me. Alexa talking about being in charge. Then we got the shot of the playground, which turned out to be stock footage. And there was people saying they could see people in the background, but they are part of that stock footage, apparently. Interesting, isn't it? How the... You feel like you're in charge. You feel in charge. That was a good shot, man, of her on the commentary table as Howdy came out. You feel in charge. Reckon that's what Vince said to Steph? Do you feel in charge? Is that it? Is that it? Right, we've got Bianca returns next. Okay, maybe there's going to be some as a part of this segment. Bianca returns next. There's what if The Rock causes Roman to lose one title, which could cause the rivalry, and then whoever beats Roman, brackets hopefully Sammy, defends on night 1 or night 2. Well, yeah, I'd be all right with that. There's things that I'm all right. There's things that I don't want. I'm not a big fan of Roman working both main events, like night 1 and night 2. So I suppose the problem you've got is how do you get him if he loses a title? Does that like? See, I think he beats The Rock anyway. I'm just trying to think. If he loses a title and he gets pinned, we haven't seen him pinned in a long time. Does that then take away? Does that, like, I don't know, make the match against The Rock smaller in any way? Because no one's beat Roman since he came back in a one-on-one match. Like, you know, I think he has lost tag matches, but no one's pinned him. No one's submitted him. And it's been a long, long time. If we see that happen just before WrestleMania, Does that take away from WrestleMania? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. But it is the kind of thing that you just have to consider. You just have to take that into account of does it hurt Roman to be pinned or submitted this close to WrestleMania? But I think if there's a reason for it, and that reason is The Rock, and The Rock costs Roman, I don't think that would weaken Roman. So obviously, he loses a title, and he does now get pins, but there's reasons for it, and he'll want revenge, and it just goes to building up the match between The Rock, which, to be honest, really doesn't need any sort of build. But yeah, I don't mind that. I can't really. I don't think that would make the match. Don't think that would turn a load of people off that match. I think that match would be massive. Really, pretty much whatever you do. And also, I think Roman wins anyway. So I don't think Roman would lose that match. So it's not as if he's losing to, say, Kevin Owens because of The Rock, and then he goes and loses to The Rock as well. I think he would lose to Kevin Owens, and there's a reason for it, which would be The Rock. And then he goes to WrestleMania, and he gets this monster win against The Rock, and can then move forward to eventually drop in that second title to someone. That's what I think would happen. So loses the one title in the build to WrestleMania, and then loses the second title after WrestleMania. Probably SummerSlam, maybe, something along those lines. Finally drops the Universal. So, yeah, I'd actually be all right with that. I can't sit here and really find anything wrong with that. My only concern would be, would it affect him this close to WrestleMania? But I don't think it would. Every superstar has an origin. Every journey has a destination. Royal Rumble advert. Man, it's going to be so big, the Rumble. The road to glory begins at the Royal Rumble in San Antonio, Texas. WrestleMania season is upon us. WrestleMania season is getting closer. Do you think we see The Fiend return at the Rumble in the pitch black match? Yeah, I think there's a chance of that, yeah. I don't think Bray will be in the Rumble match. I think the whole focus is the pitch black match. Right, we've got Amos, Santos Escobar, Ricochet, Baron Corbin, Kofi, Ray, Gunther, Austin Theory, Cody, Seth, and Bobby. Those look to be names confirmed. So it looks like we're going to be getting Gunther in the Rumble. We have more questions than answers about the pitch black match. The first ever Mountain Dew pitch black match. And the 30-woman Royal Rumble, there's only 4 names in that. Liv, Rhea, Raquel, and Candice so far. Okay, here's Bianca then. We need to keep our eyes peeled for this one because there could be Bray logos or... Oh, she looks great, Looks great in those... They like Daisy Dukes cut off denim trousers. Bianca skipping away down to the ring. I never needed you at all. I never needed you at all. Bianca has made her way down in the ring. I hate the Velcro on those belts. Just looks so cheap. Bianca takes a deep breath. Let's see what she's got to say. I'm sure we're going to get some Alexa Howdy moments. EST chance. I know it's only been a few weeks, but I've missed you so much. If it was up to me, I would never miss a Monday Night Raw. I think it would be cool if all of Bray's personalities show up at different spots in the match with The Fiend or his new character revealing, says Lady Noir. She must have ring rust. She's gassed from the entrance, said Whisperance. Even if I do end up with a scar on my face after what Alexa did to me, I would still face her again and again and again. And I'll still remain your Raw Women's Champion. Like a hair clip that says Belair. EST chance. There's a young girl in the front row. She's got a Lily doll. Alexa. I might not have been here last week, but I still heard what you had to say. So why don't you say it to my face? She calls out Alexa. Is this new music? It's a remix in it. I don't know how long she's had that remix. You fear me. She's talking about the Rumble. Bianca seems to be offering Alexa the opportunity to fight for the title at the Rumble. What's the catch? Alexa wants to know what the catch is. Choice is yours. Be in the Rumble or go after the title and face me. I'll see you at Rumble. I'll see you at Rumble. Oh. Maybe they could have a pitch black match. Bianca jumps down. And you're... Oh, they're going to brawl. Right, they're brawling. So Alexa is going to be facing Bianca at the Royal Rumble for the Raw Women's Championship. Bianca is hurling Alexa around the ringside area into the edge of the ring. Bianca getting the better of Alexa at the moment. Feel like something's going to happen. Reversal. Ooh. Nice chop back elbow by Bianca. Bianca grabbing Alexa, hurling her into her barricades. Bianca charges at Alexa. Alexa moves out the way. Bianca goes over the barricades. There's that girl with the doll. Get up, Alexa. There's Bianca. Oh, Alexa's getting destroyed in front of her number one fan. That poor girl. That poor girl with the Lily doll right in front of Alexa, just as she's getting battered by Bianca. Get up, Alexa! Get up, Alexa! She's dead. Oh, into the bin. Alexa gets thrown into a trash can. Bianca's got a chair. They're fighting in the crowd right now. Oh, I tell you what, some of the kicks from Bianca seem to have a bit of legitimacy to them. She just kicked at Alexa. She went flying into this railing. Right now, Bianca's looking to KOD onto a couple of chairs. She's looking at Howdy. Howdy's actually like in the crowds. Nice reversal by Alexa. So Howdy is actually... he's such a polite guy, isn't he? Hello, my lady. One more time, chance. So Bianca looks down this kind of entranceway. Howdy makes a few gestures. It allows Alexa to get back into this. And so Howdy just inspired that comeback from Alexa. Do you know what? I've only just noticed how polite he is. I love that. Alexa. He's the kind of person that you could totally see being like, ladies first. Let me get the door for you, madam. If Alexa's like walking in the rain, he'd be like, take his coat off. Lay it over a puddle for her so she didn't have to get wet. My lady. He definitely says my lady. That's the sort of vibe, just from his mannerisms. I very much think he goes, my lady. Well, there we go. He's helped Alexa. Who's going to win the Premier League, Uncle Howdy? That might have been one of the dumbest things I've seen. I've seen worse. Have a look. I've got the images. To be honest, on a week that's not quiet, but building for next week. I feel like that's one of the bigger talking points to come out of the show. Have a look. Uncle Howdy. Howdy. Days, who wins the final four? Aubrey, Burnt Fiend, The Genius, or Gil Chesterton? I'm going to go with Aubrey. Aubrey Edwards. Because she'll dance around and no one will be able to grab her. As soon as someone tries to grab her to chuck her over, she'll slide to the side and do all this and start pointing in different directions. She's quite hard to nail down. Right, let's have a look, shall we? What have we got? We've got Bianca. Uncle Howdy. Stand up. Shut up. What we got? Bang, bang. Right. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that gives you a vibe. That gives you the idea, doesn't it? So Alexa and Bianca started brawling. They brawled into the crowd. You can see here that Bianca is about to hit a KOD onto a couple of chairs that she's actually just set up. She was then distracted because in front of her was seemingly Uncle Howdy. Certainly someone dressed as Howdy. I mean, it might have turned out to be a member of the audience just having a bit of fun. Maybe they brought their own smoke machine. I don't know. But no, this clearly is meant to be Uncle Howdy. And he basically puts his arms in the air. I don't know if he does control Alexa or if it's just a distraction. but certainly this allows Alexa to get out of this position. She jumps down, attacks then Bianca from behind, all whilst Bianca is distracted by Uncle Howdy. And the end result is that Bianca goes down, and it is Alexa that is left standing tall. I kind of like this segment because, I mean, it's always great, obviously, to explore the relationship between Alexa and Uncle Howdy. I think Uncle Howdy showing himself there was unexpected. I think you always expect him maybe to be on the Titantron or maybe come out onto the entrance stage. But to actually, like, be there, I wasn't expecting that. So the idea that he can, like, pop up anywhere any time is obviously really interesting. That's the second week in a row as well that we've seen him with Alexa, which is interesting. Obviously, we know she is battling to stay in control. This is all about who is controlling Alexa. And that's why I'm saying I don't know if he did control her and help her out of that situation, or was he just a distraction? It's hard to know. But we did find out tonight that Alexa is going to be facing Bianca at the Royal Rumble. And I'm sure there's every chance that we get more Uncle Howdy moments in that match. It is going to be for the Raw Women's Championship. And yeah, it's interesting to see where this story is heading. So there we go. Second week in a row, Uncle Howdy is part of the Alexa Bliss segment. What did you think about it? Did you like it? Did you not like it? Are you for it? Are you against it? Are you feeling the Howdy stuff? Are you not feeling the Howdy stuff? What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts? I think there's a chance that he was like a distraction there. I don't personally, I don't mind that. I mean, if he is like physically controlling her as some sort of like real life puppet, that might be a bit strange. But who knows? I mean, the thing is with hypnosis and stuff like hypnosis, I don't know. I don't know where I stand with hypnosis. It's just a weird, it's a dark art. But I mean, could he have hypnotized her somehow? I don't know. I mean, it's probably just supernatural in it. I can keep trying to find ways of explaining it, but at the end of the day, it could just be that he's using magical mind powers. Right, we've got Akira Tozawa down in the corner. Okay, Bronson Reed in action right now. We haven't really seen much of Bronson Reed. I never needed you at all. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. I never needed you at all. Bum. Uncle Howdy. Okay, Bronson and Akira then. We did see Akira Tozawa earlier in the show saying that he wanted to be in the Royal Rumble. Adam Pearce said, all right, well, I'll find you an opponent. If you win, it's not going to guarantee that you're going to be in the Rumble, but it will go some way as to helping. Tony, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Tozawa goes to the outsides. Drop kick by Akira Tozawa. Bronson Reed on the outsides. Going against the ropes goes Akira Tozawa. He collides into Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed goes into the barricades. Akira Tozawa is getting back into this. Zawa on the edge of the ring. WWE is giving us the Howdy story in slowly distributed small bites. So it's difficult to know what to make of it until we get further into the story, said John. Are all boomers evil, said Lance. Yes. Every boomer is evil. And I know that because I speak to most of them. Akira Tozawa gets shoulder barge to the outsides. I love storylines that make me ask questions after every show. Bray, Howdy, Alexa stuff does that, says WWE fan. Jake Campbell, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well as Bronson Reed comes down on Akira Tozawa and Bronson Reed gets the win. Jake Campbell said Alexa and Bray fighting in the same night. Howdy involved in both matches. I see potential. Maybe reuniting them together. There are lots of possibilities. Adam said this is a great little match between Bronson Reed and Akira Tozawa. Tell you what, Akira Tozawa was definitely fighting in a credible way. You know, there was credibility to what he was doing here. So, yeah, I agree. There was a fun little contest, that one. I think Bray and Howdy are really going to turn on Bliss. She is on Raw. If she moves, then maybe. But there is expected to be a draft coming up. There is expected to be a draft. So, Seth freaking Rollins. Just when I think I'm out of the United States title, it pulls me back in. Bronson Reed wins. He does. Yeah, so Jake, shout out to you. I completely agree. I think there is plenty of potential for the Uncle Howdy storyline. I'm on board with it. I'm on board with it. You say maybe we do need to see a bit more. Okay, so Seth is in that main event tonight. Of course, we've got a big match coming up in our main event. Winner will face Austin Theory next week on Raw is 30. Six-pack challenge. Seth Rollins getting quite animated. In the words of the great Freddie Mercury, I want it all and I want it now. So Seth pretty fired up. Wow, that's coming up next. The six-way elimination match is next. I suppose it's going to take 10 minutes or so for people to come out, isn't it? So I suppose that's not too surprising. I agree in the fullest. We are just getting some breadcrumbs, and they need to fill us some slices of cake at this point. I love the Alexa Bliss segment, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. I don't know who Roman will face at WrestleMania. Will it be Cody or The Rock, says Trippy DJ. Well, I don't think WWE quite know, according to reports. I think Meltzer said that they should know within the next couple of weeks. But the last he heard was that they were still waiting to see if The Rock was going to be free, which I just find unbelievable. I find that unbelievable. How we can get this close to WrestleMania and still not have The Rock confirmed. I think that's all talk. I think that's all talk. How can you run a multi-billion dollar company and your biggest show of the year is, you know, just a few months away. Tickets are already on sale, and you legit don't know, like, what your main event's going to be. I just don't buy that. Back in the day, Vince used to have a good idea of what WrestleMania was going to be 12 months in advance. And I know that there's been a lot of change and whatever, but there must have been talks. There must have been talks. I think all of us, when we saw that WrestleMania 39 was in Hollywood, and this has been announced for years. I mean, we've known that WrestleMania was going to be in Hollywood for years. This hasn't just been announced a few months back. I think we all went, The Rock. They'll get The Rock for that. I mean, if that was our first thought, it must have been their first thought. I understand he might have gone, oh, I don't know what I'll be doing. Check back in with me, right? I get that. But I can't believe that we're sat here now not knowing. I can't believe they haven't got the confirmed yes or no yet. So I think it is going to be The Rock, personally. I think Rock Roman is the main event. Rock Roman is the main event. I am going to I'm going to go on a limb and say that is the match, and that's the match we get. And I think they already know we're getting it. We can't be sat here in January and them not know what the main event of WrestleMania is going to be. Just think of everything they've got to do in the builds. Like, think of everything all the pieces that need to fall into place, like all the stuff they need to do. If it's not the main event, it changes everything. But then, of course, the question's going to be, well, what do you do with the Royal Rumble winner? And so, yeah, I mean, look, we need to know. That's why Dave was saying, like, if they don't know, they're going to need to know. Because obviously the Royal Rumble is, you know, the winner gets a shot at the title. It will be Brock versus Roman again. Yay! One more final time. Definitely never, ever, ever again will you ever, ever, ever see this match. It's the absolute 100% final chance that you will ever see Roman versus Brock. Don't you dare think that you'll ever see it again. Don't even think about it. This is absolutely the final time. That's what I want. We've had the final time, and then we've had the one after the final time. But have we actually had the final time? I don't think we have. I don't think we've had the absolute final time. So I think, you know, if we end up with Brock versus Roman, I think it's the people's match. It's the match that we deserve. We deserve. I'm Blue by Eiffel 65 playing in the background. Is that I'm Blue, da birdie? It's the music. I think someone's done a remix or some put some new lyrics over the top of the music to I'm Blue, da birdie, da ba da. Yeah, that's nice to hear that song get a new lease of life. The legends, yay! Hey, the usual legends. Absolutely no new surprises. Ron Simmons, down. Bellas. DX, Ric Flair. I see Ric Flair back though. Raw is 30 next week. I like the graphics with the VHS tape. Seth freaking Rollins, Jerry Lawler, Kurt Angle, the Bellas, Undertaker. Undertaker. I wonder if he'll be Undertaker or Calloway, Mark Calloway. I wonder what we'll get. Undertaker next week's a talking point, isn't it, I suppose? Bellas are back next week. Yep. I think Carrion Fiend at Mania, says Leo. I don't know. They'd have to start telling that story. I mean, they could. You can always start telling that story at the Rumble. But, you know, they're not... Like, Carrion's dealing with Ray. And that's a feud that's only just seemingly started. I don't think it's going to end anytime soon. And you've got Bray dealing with Howdy and LA Knight. And again, I don't think that's going to end anytime soon. Undertaker's going to win the Rumble. Vince as special referee for Rock versus Roman. What if Undertaker coming back leads to an Undertaker match? Now, I know what people are going to say. People are going to be laughing right now. Right? And that's fine. I totally understand. But, hear me out. Vince needs ratings. Right? He's trying to sell the company. And I totally think he could be hot-shotting stuff. He could totally be just trying to throw anything against the wall to try and bump ratings and get people's attention. Something happens with The Undertaker next week that results in... what about if Howdy and Undertaker come face to face? What? What? Right, here's The Miz. So The Miz making his way down to the ring. Here's Dolph. Tell you what, I think Dolph's going to put in a great performance here. This is the sort of match that Dolph was always involved in. It was never a question about Dolph being in these matches. But then he got, like, removed from them. Like, he's never been a part... Well, hasn't been a part of these for a long time. I sort of feel like this is Dolph's opportunity to just remind people of who he is, what he can do, you know? Here's Corbin, then. Undertaker is on WWE Raw next week. Imagine if he comes face to face with Uncle Howdy. Imagine it. Right. Everyone's coming down. They're coming down quite quickly, you know. Not messing around. I appreciate that. Maybe Ric Flair will get one last match. Yes. At WrestleMania, we need Brock versus Roman one more time. Because definitely the final time, we do need a final time. And Ric Flair needs another retirement. You're absolutely right. What we need WrestleMania Groundhog Day. That's what we need, where we just relive situations we just seemingly can't avoid. Maybe the Usos could take on the New Day. Maybe Sammy can take on Kevin Owens. I'd like to see Corbin win and start using the End of Days theme, said Justin. JBL doesn't feel like he's made a difference. Corbin is just not getting over, says Whisperance. JJB Gaming said Flair versus Undertaker. Rematch. The acknowledgement ceremony next week sounds like that will be boring. Oh, hello, what's this? Is this A-Town Down? Here's the champ, A-Town Down. A-Town Down. A-Town Down. Here he is. Theory. Right, okay, so we've got all 6 guys in. We've got 29 minutes left of Raw. And we've got all 6 guys in the ring. We've got Theory on the outside as we go to commercial break. Cheeky, innit? Match starts. You go, right, here we go. Commercial break. That should be Raw 30 next week. All matches that we've seen before. Thoughts on Corbin? Corbin was not very exciting when he was in NXT. And when he got called up, I remember thinking, like, why have they called up Corbin? And then for the longest time, he wasn't very exciting on the main roster. But the thing with Corbin is he's just a steady hand. Do you know what I mean? He's got a bit of height to him. He looks so much better since he shaved off that hair. Because he used to have long hair. And when he finally got rid of that, he looks so much better. He's a heel. He's always been a heel. He's someone that's easy to hate. I think that he serves a purpose on the main roster. But I don't know. I sort of feel like you can try and get him over. You can try and put him with JBL. You can try and give him credible wins. But you can't escape the fact that he's just a bit boring, to be honest. He's got a little bit of a personality to him, but nothing that... He never delivers segments that make me go, wow, I really enjoyed that. Or, oh, yes, it's the Corbin segment, you know? I don't find his promos to be, like, captivating. I don't find that after I've watched one of his promos, I'm thinking about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, his segments always feel like, dare I say, the least relevant, the least important segments on the show. So, I don't know. He's really difficult. I sort of, on the one hand, can see why you would keep him around. Because he's fine. He's solid in the ring. He's fine on the mic. He's got a bit of height to him. Like, the look-wise is all right. He's sort of like... I think he kind of delivers like 4 or 5 out of 10 in every box. It's not like terrible. It's not like his 0, 1, 2, anything like that. But I can't say his 7s or 8s. He's not a 7 or an 8 on the microphone. He's certainly not a 7 or an 8 in ring. I don't even think he's a 7 or an 8 look-wise. Just sort of feel like... I think 4 may be a bit harsh. Let's go 5s. 5 on the microphone, 5 in the ring. Look-wise, 5. Maybe you might go 6 because, you know, he's got a bit of height to him. He's not small. Maybe you'd go 6 there. 5, 5, 6, something like that. I mean, he's a steady hand who you could put, you know, if you need an opponent for Johnny Gargano, you could go with Baron Corbin. If you need an opponent for Bron Breakker when he comes up, you can go Baron Corbin. If you need a little feud for Cody Rhodes, you could go Baron Corbin, right? He's sort of like The Miz in a way, but just not as charismatic. So, yeah, I'm really conflicted with Corbin. I'm really conflicted with him. There'll be plenty of people that hate him, don't rate him, want him gone. But then I look at the card and I'm like, well, if Bron Breakker comes up, who are you going to put him against? He could face Dolph. He could face The Miz. But, you know, if those guys are busy, well, Corbin's a good person to have around, isn't he, really? He serves that purpose. But will he ever get to a world title? Will he ever? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know that I see that in him. I just think there's always better options. So, them's my thoughts. WCV said he's a steady 6 overall. But I don't disagree with that. Promo wise, 5. In ring, 5. Look, as I said, maybe click up to a 6. I mean, if that's a 6 overall, I wouldn't argue. Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. I feel like that's fair. But you do need those guys. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's a steady hand. He's steady, isn't he? It's just not spectacular. But then, you got to remember, he's a heel. And really, should heels be spectacular? Maybe he should be better on the mic. If you're a heel, maybe you should be better on the mic. But in ring, I think the babyface should shine. The heel should be there to bump around, really. So it's maybe not a bad thing that he's not, like, incredible in the ring. But saying that, Gunther obviously is very good in the ring, and he's a heel. Don't know. I think there's definitely a place for him on the cards. Let's conclude with that. Right, we are at our main event. We've got 20-odd minutes left to go. 6-pack match. So 6-pack as we've got Corbin, Seth, Finn, Dolph, Bobby. Bobby has come over. He's looking to powerbomb. He powerbombs Finn and Corbin, and they superplex Seth. Theory on the outside, watching on. We know that the winner of this will go on to face Theory next week on Raw is 30. He stays in his lane and moves along. Do you think United can win the league this season? They can win the league this season, yes, but I don't think they will. But they can win it because if they beat Arsenal, then obviously I think it goes down to about 6 points, which after 19 games with another 17 games to go, is it? No, 19 games to go. Yeah, well, this will be the halfway point. Feels a bit weird because it's all happening at the wrong time. We're actually a bit further behind where we would normally be at this time of the year. So, kind of getting to mid-end January, we'd be further along, but the World Cup, obviously, is interrupted. So I sort of feel like if United beat Arsenal, they'll be in the conversation. But I expect that I don't expect United to win all their remaining games this year. And I think, really, for United to win the league, they probably would have to. In between the legs of Dolph, Miz looking for the pin on Dolph. Miz charging over. Big boot. Ziggler goes down. Who is left? Well, I think we got Miz. We got Dolph. I think we got everyone, haven't we? Did we lose? I don't know if we just lost Bobby. I don't think we did. Roll up. 1, 2. Do you know what? I don't even know if it's elimination or if it's just first persons get a pin. Who's your prediction to win this? Tricky, Tricky. I feel like it might be Seth. I mean, I feel like Seth Rollins in action against Theory going for a title next week. It might be a bit predictable, but it's, you've got to make Raw 30 as big as possible. So that's why I don't think it'd be Dolph. I don't think it would be Miz. You need the biggest name possible, really. Theory is a heel. I don't think you'd go for Finn as a result. I think it's probably going to be Seth. Turnover there by Figure 4 applied, and the pressure is on Dolph. Curb stomp there by Seth. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it is elimination. The Miz has been eliminated. I think the crowd thought then that Seth had won because there was a massive roar as the Miz was eliminated. So Miz is gone. Got 20 minutes to go. We need Undertaker versus Luis Pineda. Absolutely. It's inevitable United will win the title within the next few seasons. I'm hoping it's not this one, said Ian. Newcastle are up there above Man United, says Alice. They're doing well. Newcastle are doing really well. I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain this form, though. I mean, you never know. As we said, there could be some injuries that come in. The problem is, if you hit a bit of bad form, or if you get an injury, because this season is condensed due to the World Cup, what might have affected 1 or 2 games could now affect 3 or 4. So, do you know what I mean? If you have a bad week, that is actually going to have a bigger effect than it would normally. So the pressure is really on. The pressure is really, really on. Like, every game is just, and the games are coming thick and fast. I mean, to be honest, the Europa League is a bit of a problem for Man United because ideally, and also still being in the Carabao Cup is a bit of a problem for United. mean, really, if they were just fully focused on the league, that would obviously be better for them. But they're having to, try and win a trophy in the Carabao Cup. They're going to have to try and get past Barcelona in the Europa Cup. Still in the FA Cup at the moment. Like, we saw what happened last year when Liverpool were trying to win 4 trophies. They ended up with, was it 2? But the big 2 they wanted both, passed them by. So, don't know. This is why I think United have got too much on their plate at the moment for them to win the league this year. But as a United fan, I'd love to see them do it at some point. Days when NXT and AEW were head-to-head. Both shows did 700,000 and 600,000. For some reason, a chunk of NXT's audience started watching AEW, but NXT didn't gain much. Did you expect that? Did I expect that? What did I expect? I expected both shows to do better. Didn't NXT, though, take a big step backwards with 2.0? Like, I sort of feel like NXT shot itself in the foot by doing the whole 2.0 thing. So once you factor that in, I mean, I don't think NXT capitalized on having that its own space. I don't think that when it had its own space, it really took the opportunity very well. Instead, we ended up getting the whole 2.0 stuff, which I don't think was to everyone's taste. I think that sort of meant that NXT stalled. And, you could maybe make the argument that now it's looking a little bit more promising, now that we've moved away from the 2.0 stuff, that it's looking a little bit promising again and, we're back on the right track. But I don't know. I just sort of feel like they're probably where they are. I mean, we're not in a landscape of seeing ratings grow, are we? This isn't a landscape where ratings are... You'll get the odd spike, but what we're not seeing is sustained growth. We are not seeing the wrestling ratings improving. We basically, we know the averages, and then we get a few weeks where they're above those averages, but by and large, they go right back to those averages. And if anything, those averages are declining. So, this is where TV ratings are at the moment, and where they will be for the foreseeable future, unfortunately. So, what's your thoughts on Cody's return spoils? I don't like it, says Gavin. I don't mind, to be honest. I understand why you don't like it. Totally understand. I don't mind because I don't think that anyone would have been that surprised. I mean, we have been getting weeks of Cody updates. The Rumble, which is clearly building towards his return. The Rumble is just around the corner. I think Cody's going in as the potential favorite to win it. He's my favorite to win it. I think as soon as he had that injury and he went, everyone was like expecting him back for the Rumble. So I sort of feel like he was so nailed on for being in the Rumble that for them to announce it so that you tune in to see the return of Cody, don't mind that. As long as they've got some genuine surprises up their sleeve. As long as they've got some genuine surprises up their sleeve, I'm all right with it. Because I don't think Cody would have been that surprising. It just would have been like, here he is. All right, it has happened. He is back. But I think that still level of excitement you're still going to have because we ain't seen him for so long, As soon as his music hits, you'll still be like, okay, here he is. I think it'll still feel largely the same. I really don't know that anyone, I mean, maybe some kids out there, but like when Cody's music hits, I don't know that anyone would have like screamed their houses down in like sheer excitement that he's back. I think we knew. So I understand why people would be down on it, but I don't mind it. For me, what surprises do they have? Like actual surprises, people that we're actually not expecting. That's what I'll judge the Rumble on. Right, we've got Dolph climbing up. Big E could be the one, said Shaquem. Here's Dolph. Dolph's at top, and he comes crashing down. Hate that spot. Hate that spot in AEW, and I hate that spot in WWE. I don't understand. Cody was never a surprise, said Trini. The Rock returns mad after not being invited to the Bloodline, said Alice. Okay, so Dolph comes crashing down onto Seth, Corbin, Lashley, and I forget the other person. Kick coming in by Corbin as Dolph gets into the ring. Finn was the other person. So I think the only person eliminated so far has been The Miz. We've got 13 minutes to go. Super kick. Corbin goes down. Oh, Bobby goes charging at Dolph. Nice zigzag by Dolph. Oh, I'll tell you what, Dolph showing why he belongs in these matches. Some great action, but he gets caught by Seth. Pedigree, 1, 2, 3, and Dolph is done. Dolph managed to get a moment before he got eliminated to show what he could do. So they had him launch himself from the top to the outside. They had him super kicking Corbin down. They had him managing to deliver a knee to Bobby as Bobby charged over. Then he delivered a zigzag. Then we had Finn come jumping down from the top, but get caught with another super kick. But Seth is able to come in, hit the pedigree, and pick up the victory. So, good. I mean, a lovely little cameo there by Dolph. Lovely little cameo. WWE keeps showing us the same Cody update over and over, but they don't give us an update on Big E. Well, to be honest, I mean, look, if Big E comes back at the Rumble, I completely agree. There's your surprise. That is one I am not expecting. Because my understanding is that his injury is bad, really bad, like might not return to wrestling bad. So if he was to be in the Rumble, that would be a shock. That would be a surprise. And as I said, that's what I would judge the Rumble on when it comes to surprises. I think we were all expecting Cody. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's people out there that wouldn't announce any names and they would just have like the 30 stars come out. The only thing I would say to that is that WWE are trying to cater to casual fans as well. So you do sort of need to tell them, you know, tune in on Saturday because this person's going to be involved and this person's going to be involved and Cody's coming back. We haven't seen Cody since last year, but he will be in the Rumble. So make sure you tune in like they are. They are having to battle to try and get viewers to tune in as well. Don't forget, I mean, there's so much stuff for people to watch. Netflix, playing Fortnite, YouTube, go in the cinema, go in and out with friends, football. I don't know what else is on, other sports. There's so much competition that you are battling to try and get people to watch the Rumble. Hardcore fans going to do it, of course, but it's the casuals that you're battling for. So you sort of need to give them a reason to tune in. You sort of need to, you know, give them something. So, yeah, the Cody one, I get it. I get it. I mean, for me personally, as a hardcore wrestling fan, for me personally, I don't need that. I'm going to watch the Rumble. I'll watch the Rumble. I'm going to watch next year's Rumble, right? I don't even know who's in it. Doesn't matter. I'm watching it next year, and I'm sure you are as well. So for us, we don't need that. We don't need that. So for us, fine. Rumble, we're watching. Don't announce anyone. But for the casuals, you have to give them a reason. Stupid casuals ruining everything. There's playoffs tonight, but I'm watching Raw, said Justin. What are your thoughts on a timeline for Randy's return? Listen, we don't know what's happening with Randy. When Matt Riddle spoke to us about Randy being injured, he got so upset and emotional. He looked down the camera. He's like, I love you, Randy, and all this. You could tell that it was serious. And the reports are that, you know, this is the sort of injury that has resulted in people being out of the ring for years and years and years and years. This is, serious. So again, it's not like end of life serious, but it is potentially like career ending serious. I don't know. I we haven't heard any updates. If he comes back at the Rumble, it'll be the same as Big E. I'll be absolutely shocked. If we get Randy or Big E, I will be absolutely stunned. I'm not expecting either, to be honest. Not expecting either. I'd love it. Either of them coming out would be just such great news that they'd managed to get back to that level. But both of them have got, I think, serious. I'm sure it's a back injury with Randy. It is with Big E, of course. His neck, he broke his neck, didn't he? I just think with those, you don't rush that. You don't rush that. There's some things like, if you break your arm or something, you might want to try and rush back. You break your leg, but your neck or your back, you don't mess around with that. So sort of feel like don't rush back from those things. Give it the time it needs. And if you don't make the Rumble, you don't make the Rumble. As we said, we just might not see them again. I don't think we've got to the point, though, where we know that. I think if ever we found that out, that it was done, then we would get them doing a goodbye. Do you know what I mean? I think we would get an episode where, we would hear, we're going to hear from Big E. Big E is on the show. I think he would then come out, announce his retirement, get a chance to thank the fans, and really give the fans a chance to thank them. The fact that we've not had that certainly suggests that both are on a road to recovery of some degree. So I wouldn't lose hope of not seeing them ever again at this point. But equally, I can't sit here and say they'll be in the Rumble. 6 minutes to go. We've got Lashley with Seth up in the air. And he plants him down. 1, 2, Bobby trying to pin Seth. Kick coming in by Finn. Finn is up in the air. The power of Bobby. Boom! Bobby with Finn. Big suplex. Bobby standing over Finn. Is looking to apply the hurt lock. He looks over in the entranceway. Here is a Moss. I thought we were done with this feud. Yeah, I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready for a Moss to come down. I don't think he is going to attack. He might help, mightn't he? Clothesline. Corbin catches Bobby with a clothesline. I mean, they spoke the other week. I've got a feeling he might try to help. He might try to help Bobby. Oh, this is interesting. The Nigerian giant has come down. Bobby's in trouble, though. He's in position for a coup de grace. Balor is going up top. Coup de grace connects. Curb stomp, though, by Seth. Goes for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Seth pins Finn. We can't be getting Bobby and Theory, so Seth has got to win. How's this going to go? How's this going to go? This is so interesting. Because kind of felt like MVP wanted to recruit Bobby. And it felt like they were trying to get on the same page. So why would he attack him this week? Corbin grabbing the leg of Seth. Seth's getting hurled into some barricades. Corbin comes down, kick to the midsection. We got 4 minutes to go. How the hell is Days ahead of me, Cedric? Amos grabs Seth. Hurls Seth into a chair. Now Amos is staring at Corbin. Corbin, spear by Bobby. Lashley with a spear, 2, 3. Bobby pins Corbin. So now we're just down to Bobby and Seth. See, I feel like Seth should win this match because then we get Seth versus Austin Theory next week, which makes a lot of sense. But why would Amos? Theory wallops Bobby. Amos grabs Theory. Amos grabs Theory. He's picking him up, looking to put him through the commentary table. Seth curb stomps Amos. Seth curb stomps Amos, launches himself at Theory. Big clothesline. Theory goes into the timekeeper's area. Seth's getting into the ring. Super kick to MVP. Against the ropes. Bobby with a spear. Bobby with a spear. 1, 2, 3. Bobby wins. Bobby wins. I mean, Amos kind of came down and sort of tried to help in a botchy Amos way. But end result is it will be Theory Bobby. I mean, Bobby a heel? I feel like Bobby's a heel. After what he did to Brock. Yeah, I was expecting Seth to win this. Bibby wins? I hate this, says Gavin. That was predictable, said WWE fan. I had Seth winning, to be honest. I just thought, next week, Raw is 30. You do Seth winning because, I mean, Seth in a match is... And for a title as well. Pretty big. I know it's a match we've seen before. It's a feud we've seen before. But even so, you'll get a lot of casuals tuning in next week. 30th anniversary of Raw. That'll bring in extra viewers. But they've gone Bobby. They've gone Bibs, didn't they? They've gone with the Bibs. Bobby is a wrestling gods. Kurt Swan said, I thought it would be Seth. I get it. You either have Seth or Bobby on the Raw 30 show, said Whisperance. Oh yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Raw Talk coming up next is going to feature Candice, Michin, Kevin Owens, and Big Time Bex. The Big Time Beckasaurus. The Big Time Beckasaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Bex. The Tyrannosaurus, the T-Bex. T-Bex. Don't even know what I'm going on about, but I have just come up with a fun new nickname for her. I do recall WWE doing a Legend reunion that pulled in a couple of million. WWE managed to hold on to 1.8, though, through WrestleMania season. Did you know that UFC and Fox have an 8-year partnership that ended because Fox pulled back on a new deal in favor of wanting WWE's 52 weekly programming? Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen reports of the views that Fight Nights bring in. Fight Night for UFC. That's their sort of weekly show. So in a month you'll get 3 UFC Fight Nights on a Saturday night, which tend to have, like, you know, people making their debuts, people that maybe have suffered some losses recently, people that have, you know, the main events and the co-main will have, you know, some interesting in it. But by and large, the rest of the card is emerging talent, 2-0, 3-0, 1-1, people making their UFC debut. That'll be Fight Nights. And then on the pay-per-view cards, you tend to get that on the early prelims, maybe a little bit in the prelims, but the actual main card itself will be title matches, big ranked fighters, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know what those fight nights bring in. I don't know what the views look like. I wouldn't be surprised if they were greater than Raw and SmackDown, to be honest. But I don't know. I don't know what the number is. That'd be interesting to know. And the other thing as well is that obviously UFC have a month off between the middle of December and the middle of January. So there's a whole 4 weeks there alone where UFC aren't putting on programming. So I don't know. I suppose I can understand Fox wanting that regular every week in, week out content, you know. Big Time Back said, I looked it up. Saturday night UFC are averaging 0.607 with 1.6 million. UFC they did with younger viewers, but with I don't know what that means. So they're doing what? 0.607, 1.6 million. What's the overall number for it? Do you know? So you know how Raw gets 1.8-ish, SmackDown gets 2.2, Dynamite gets 900,000, NXT around 600,000. What's the average fight night getting? Do we know? Seth can have better quality matches, and Bobby can't, so I don't like this, says Gavin. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I'd say is that there's still a chance you get Seth. Seth could be in action next week. It just might not be against Theory. I think next week is going to be absolutely awesome. I think the tribal ceremony is going to be massive. I'm sure we're going to get some big with Howdy. Undertaker being on the show is big news. I mean, that's great news. That's tasty. I must admit, when I first saw the graphic, my first reaction was, it's the same legends you expect. And that is true. Except Undertaker being there is interesting. So, but all the others like Bella's, Ron Simmons, DX, you know, we see Bella's pretty much every year in the Women's Rumble. If ever they do a Legends show, Ron Simmons is around. Got to squeeze in a damn somewhere. So, but Undertaker being on is cool. So, yeah, I mean, Tribal Chief segment's going to be amazing. Undertaker being on the show is going to be amazing. United States Championship match, that'll be fun. But there's every chance that we still get something to do with Seth. It's based on programming. They do 1.4 to 1.7. Viewers 1849 is giant, but UFC don't cater to the older demographic that WWE usually does well in. So fight nights only do 1.4 to 1.7. I am surprised at that. I am really surprised at that. So they're kind of like a fight night will do roughly about the same as Raw. I'm really surprised at that. Because I had no idea what their ratings was. If someone was to say, what do you think a fight night does? I would have said 2.4. 2.4 is what I would have said. 2.4 to 2.5, around that sort of ballpark. I actually would have, and I'll tell you what I'm basing it on. I'm basing it on our views. A Raw and a SmackDown stream will do 10 to 15,000 views. And we are a wrestling channel that do watch-alongs every week. When we do UFC watch-alongs, it does really depend who's on the card, in all fairness. But by and large, tends to get around about 10 to 15,000, no problem. And, you know, we only do one watch-along a week for UFC. We're not a UFC channel, per se. So, yeah, based on that, I would have said that it was quite comfortable that it would be at the top end. So, yeah, I'm surprised. Cage match next week. Yes, Justin, you're absolutely right. That's going to be a banger as well, isn't it? Great cage match next week. Seth will probably interfere in Bibby versus Austin match, said John. Brock is going to F5 Amos, says Jojo. There's so many different streaming avenues to watch UFC and boxing. People could be watching from lots of different devices. Yeah, that's true. It's true, I suppose. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Right, I'm going to go and do the review. I feel like this week's show was fine. Certainly not boring. A few talking points in there. maybe it didn't have the big OMG moments that we were looking for this week, but it very much had a bit of a go home vibe to it, because probably should have thought about it going into this week's show. Next week, Raw is 30. That's a big deal, right? So we've basically had a little mini go home for next week. So that's what this week turned into. That's all right. All it does is makes next Monday even bigger. And next Monday stream is going to be so much fun. We can talk about some of our favorite Raw moments, of course. I'm sure we'll be reflecting a lot next week. And, we're going to be seeing the likes of The Undertaker. We're going to be seeing other legends, going to be seeing that cage match, that tribal chief acknowledgement ceremony. Lots to look forward to, lots to get excited about. And yeah, good. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. Don't forget, we are back again tomorrow with NXT. Also, if you want to send in your Rumble predictions, feel free to do that. Record a clip about a minute long. It can be audio or visual, but obviously better if it's visual. And then send those clips to wrestlingdays@gmail.com. Those clips will then go into the Wrestling Escape Pod video stream that goes up on Wednesday. Goes up Wednesday at 6 p.m. But you can then watch it anytime. You haven't got to watch it live. You can watch it anytime. Your video should, as long as there's no like swearing and stuff in there or nudity. And I am talking to you, William Hensey. Then I can't see any reason why it won't. So yeah, it should be in that, and that'll go up on Wednesday on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. So awesome. Right, no review show. We don't do them as shows anymore, unfortunately, because, well, there's a few reasons actually, but I'm trying to just get them short, to the point, and get them out there basically. So that like when we were doing them before, they would go for like about an hour. And I don't know, I just don't know that people are going to sit down and listen to something for an hour. I think that's a big commitment. Sort of feel that YouTube sort of lends itself to like shorter content. So at the moment, I've got them, I record them and put them out and they're like 20 minutes long. I'll be honest, I wish I was capable of getting them to 10 minutes, but you know I love to talk. In all fairness, that does help me out considering the amount of streaming I do. But I just waffle on, man. So it is my dream one day to try and get down to 10 minutes. Got a pain in my back as well. It's been giving me a bit of jip. But anyway, we're done. Appreciate the support. And as we said, we are back again tomorrow. So have a great evening, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.